Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the official Hell in a Cell watch along here on the Jeff Meacham Network. Of course, I'm also on Facebook. I'm also on the group Facebook. So, cheers to everybody watching on Facebook. Appreciate that. If you're not watching there, then you're not watching today. I didn't go over the place like I usually do. Kind of trying to keep things low key. Had a little issue with the Twitter last time we did a live stream with a bunch of people. So, there you go. And yes, Big G, thank you. Here's to a good show. Here's to the 19 years. Yeah, I'm starting number 19. I just passed 8. Today's the 18th anniversary. Not anniversary. Today's officially 18 years. Today is when it ends. Is 18 years. So if that makes any sense. October 25th, 2002, with that song you heard to introduce me. Not that song at the time. We used The Zoo by the Scorpions at the time, but can't use that. Don't want to get in trouble legally with copyright. But that song was on the video show, XMV, back in the day. So, yeah, 18 years I've been doing this. Just bananas to me that I've been doing it this long. But, and yes, Steelers did win today. Congratulations to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are still undefeated. My goodness. They are rolling right along. Good for them. Hello, Michael Gonzalez. Good to see you, sir. Big G's the Field of Screams, so have fun there, my friend. Brendan says, "What's up, Jeff? Could see Miz one? Jesus, here we go already. Could see Miz winning the Money in the Bank contract tonight, and then cashing in on Drew and Randy tonight. Very well could be. I mean, he is on Raw now, so it's not out of the realm of possibility for him to cash in on the WWE champions. So there is that." Colin says, "Bro, what's up, Colin? Good to see you, Cleaver." And the Browns moved to 5-2. Again, everybody's rolling along except my Cowboys. Cowboys are just stinking the joint out. And unfortunately, Andy Dalton's down now with a concussion as a result of that hit. And guy got ejected as a result of it. So good on the NFL for doing that. But Andy is down, and we're down to third string. So it's going to be a rough rest of the way here for the Dallas Cowboys. That's why I got my green cowboy football hat on my old high school team. The beanie on. It's getting to be beanie weather. I love it. I'm loving life, man. I'm getting the beanies out, getting the jackets out. It's a good time. And yes, Michael, it was a dirty hit for the Washington player. No question about it. Terrible. Colin is asking Brendan if he watched the predictions video. That was my exact scenario. Yeah, there you go. Again, that would not ultimately surprise me. I did pick The Miz to win the contract match. I said something. I believe it's the Nintendo. If I didn't know, if you're watching, I do pick Miz officially. So there's that. Brendan says, time for Colin Cowboys to sign a new quarterback. Yeah, maybe. Cleaver says it's always beanies time. Well, you enjoy the beanies 365, sir. I am more of a baseball cap person, but I don't have a Jeff Meacham Network ball cap yet. I'm working on it. So hopefully by the first of the year, when we do start year number 2, we can have those ready for at least wearing on me wearing on the show, because it's hard to get hats on Teespring. Man, just spilled over by himself. Don't mind me. Anyway, again, it's hard to get hats on Teespring, so I am working on that, but it'll be a matter of time before it does happen. Michael says, "I hope Miz wins. Otis has been really disappointing." Yeah, I agree. He's been a very disappointing Money in the Bank contract holder, Mr. Money in the Bank, as you said, Michael. So hopefully they change that up tonight. Cleaver says, "I cap it at work, being everywhere else." Well, there you go. I capped it at work when I worked in the restaurant because they didn't have beanies available. I don't think they may have. When I worked at Walmart, I did do the beanie. I did the overnight stockroom beanies because it was very chilly, especially because I worked there from November till April, so it was during the chilly time of the year. So I definitely was rocking the beanies. Chris says, "I hope you're doing well. And what match can you see closing the pay-per-view tonight?" That is the quote-unquote tiebreaker for the No DQ predictions team, and I am going with Roman and Jay closing the show. However, let me say this. If they do indeed have Miz become Mr. Money in the Bank tonight, don't be surprised if Drew and Randy closes and we get a Miz cash in. So that's just what I'm thinking. Again, not having watched the other shows because I've just been crazy busy with various things. Unfortunately, I'm surprised I got as much work done as I did last week. But Miz winning that match, the Money in the Bank contract match with Otis, and then cashing in would very much not surprise me. I mean, it's almost like you expect it to happen, right? Like it's almost fait accompli that it's going to happen. So if it doesn't, it'll be more of a surprise than if it does. So, but Colin, you are always welcome on my show. I will send you the link right now, as a matter of fact. It'll come from my work page. Just a heads up, Colin. There he is. Colin's very good, by the way, of sending trivia questions to me. He was supposed to be on trivia in 3 weeks, and it keeps falling through, and that's on me. 100% on me for scheduling issues, and Colin's been very gracious and still offering up questions and still helping out, and I definitely want to get him, if Greg is watching this, I definitely want to get him in on the tournament. When we do, if Greg does get 1,000 days and we do have a tournament go down in the next few months, I definitely want Colin involved in that because he knows his shit. He really does. Michael says, if Miz wins, could you see him and Morrison feuding over the Money in the Bank? Why not? You know. However, again, I think the thing we need to consider is if Miz doesn't deal with the contract tonight, he very well could cash in tonight and become the WWE champion and really shake things up on Monday Night Raw. Or it could be he wins the contract and then loses just to get the damn briefcase out of contention, out of the playbook completely. One way, just to get rid of it in one way or the other. So there's a lot of things that could happen in the next few hours with the Money in the Bank, with the championships. A lot. See, people want they see this pay-per-view on paper and in very few matches, very little real story from a lot of the matches, so they want to just write this show off. But I think it's going to be okay. I think we're going to have a good show tonight. I think we're going to have a good pay-per-view. It's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be enjoyable to watch it with you guys here with me as I, bow out during the matches and, watch along. But I will definitely stay on mic in case something happens. I need to have a reaction immediately because, God, what happened with Roman a couple months ago when he came back after that match and I didn't catch it on live. It was a bummer because it was such a cool, real moment. And I didn't get it. That was a bummer on me. So, Chris says, can you see NXT being involved with Survivor Series? Again, anything's possible with the WWE. They haven't really indicated whether Survivor Series is going to be a 2-team show or a 3-team show. Just wait and see how things play out. I, for one, would not be surprised either way. Anybody else tired of these damn political attacks? Anybody else getting those? I'm freaking done with them, man. They're just obnoxious. It's going to be fun, and that's the whole point. I've been trying to drive home is that wrestling should be fun to watch, and it hasn't been fun to watch because the product has often been so cruddy. And I enjoy this, and I enjoy the unpredictability of, are we going to see NXT at Survivor Series? Are we not going to see NXT? How are they going to be involved? They were so involved last year. It was such a huge integral part of everything that Survivor Series was about last year. It was a huge moment for Keith Lee especially, goodness sakes. And now we don't know what's going to happen. So, just have to wait and see what happens, I guess. Colin says, I don't see NXT being involved, but I see a Worlds collide with NXT in UK in December, January. That is a very distinct possibility, especially that I've got UK back up and running, and I don't know if they're allowed to travel here, but maybe the NXT boys allowed to travel there, maybe? Don't know how that works. Chris Cantu says, what's up, Jeff? You've always been my favorite streamer. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Chris. My only thought is, why couldn't they maybe just have both brands have their own pay-per-view like they used to? Each show was unique when they had their pay-per-view. That's a very good question, and I wish I had a decent, non-boring answer. I don't have an answer for that. I wish they did that too, because there would be... The only thing I would say that they don't do that is because there was so many pay-per-views by the time everything was said and done, and they had everything lined up, that it almost got to be too much, because there were one, sometimes two pay-per-views a month, and it was a lot to... I mean, we complain now about the number of pay-per-views they have now. I certainly do. I bitch about it all the time. I'm not quiet about it. I don't know if a brand exclusive pay-per-view is the right way to go. I personally feel it still should be Rumble, Mania, King of the Ring, and or Money in the Bank in the middle of the year, because Money in the Bank still deserves its own shot. And you can't have both on like a WrestleMania. You can't have both Money in the Bank matches for women and men's now, so it's a weird dichotomy now. But Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, Money in the Bank, let's say, Survivor Series, SummerSlam, and Survivor Series. Boom, there you go. Those 4 or 5 shows. If you want to put King of the Ring in there, have a show every 2 months. I'm fine with that too. Have the Rumble Winner Challenge at Mania. Have the King of the Ring Challenge at SummerSlam. Survivor Series, is what it is. It's where the brands come together against each other, and Money in the Bank is the wild card. So there you go. Joe says, do you think Impact even has a chance at being what it once was at one point? I didn't see Bound for Glory, so I can't really state how they're doing. I keep hearing good things, and from every time I happen to tune in to Impact on Tuesday nights, I like what I see. So it really, as big as they were, probably not, but bigger than they are now, probably. It really depends on what they put out and what they produce in the next little while. I hope they get better. I hope they get more exposure. I hope they get more recognition. I'm a fan of a lot of the guys in Impact Wrestling. I saw that James Storm is back with Impact last night. That's super duper cool. I hope he stays. He deserves to play somewhere. Whether it's the NWA, whether it's Impact, whether it's NXT. James Storm is a player, and he deserves a money spot. Now, as far as I know, and I could be wrong on this, so please somebody correct me if I am wrong, or if I'm right, clarify it. He is still one half the NWA World Tag Team Champions with Eli Drake. So if he's with Impact full time, what does that mean for the NWA tag titles? So again, you can work more than one company, because right now the NWA is not running their own shows full time. They're working with the United Wrestling Network during the primetime live shows every Tuesday night on pay-per-views. So it's not, you can do both, right? So have to wait and see. But I think TNA has a chance to do well. Maybe not as well as they did, prior to the arrival of Hogan and Bischoff. And people, they weren't successful. They were much more popular. I won't say successful business-wise, but they're definitely more popular in the early, 02 to 2007 days, and even into 09 and 2010. So there is a possibility of getting back there. Maybe not all the way there, but definitely close. Hello, Roy, says Big Jeff. What's up, Roy? Jesus. Good to see you, sir. So let's run this down. Here's what we got in store. They're getting ready to go live here on the WWE Network here at the top of the hour, but I'll go ahead and run through these. Sometime during the kickoff, we're going to get a 24/7 championship match between our buddy R-Truth and Drew Gulak, and I, again, look forward to it very much. I love both these guys. We've had Truth on the show a couple times over the years, since in the last 18 years, honestly. And he's a great friend of the show. And Drew Gulak, I've loved watching him from a distance. I haven't had a chance to meet him yet. I want to really bad. Him and Thatcher were a great team with the United Wrestling Network back in the early part of the last decade, I should say. So this should be good. And I like both these guys a lot. And then, as I mentioned, you guys all mentioned, you got the Otis Miz Money in the Bank contract stipulation match. It's very hard to pick against the Miz, but only because there's more meat on the bone with Miz as the briefcase holder, the contract holder, than there is Otis. And that's not a slight against Otis necessarily. That's just the way it is. So, so there's that match, and you've got Elias versus Jeff Hardy. Again, we're gonna get a true resolution to that? Who really did hurt Elias? Because you can't believe Jeff Hardy actually did it, right? So maybe Sheamus will be involved in this match somehow. We'll get a big reveal because Sheamus was part of that story to begin with, so very well could be. And then you have your 3 Hell in a Cell matches signed for tonight. You've got Bayley and Sasha for the SmackDown Women's Championship. This has been building, it feels like, for 5 years, right? But it really has been, bubbling toward the surface the last couple years. And it's going to be fun to see. Going to be fun to see how this plays out ultimately. Again, I think it's just going to be pushed longer, but I don't know, really what else. It's a very good point. What else can you do with this feud? I mean, they've pushed it for so long. How far do you go before you have to just say, okay, that's enough? And of course, my damn feed's acting up on the network. So if I lose you guys, I apologize. The WWE Championship will be on the line tonight as we see Drew McIntyre defend against Randy Orton again inside the cell, and we're going live into the Thunderdome right now on the network, so I appreciate you guys being with both. If you're with me, if you're with the kickoff team, thank you so much. Let me just turn to ever so slightly. There we go. The kickoff team is welcoming us in. I believe I can't hear the voice. Sounds like Charlie. Good old Chuck. And what I feel should be the main event, but may very well may not be, we've got Jey Uso challenging Roman Reigns in an I Quit match for the WWE Universal Championship. It's going to be something. The panel WWE's got, just so you know, you got Charlie there, and then it's a panel of 5 because you got Charlie, the King, Booker Man, Double J, and good old Peter Rosenberg. So it's going to be a fun pre-show. But if you're not watching me, which I appreciate you are. Cody Joe says, when's the last time you were excited to watch WWE? I actually really was invested going into SummerSlam. I know it's going to sound silly because I've been criticizing the current product, right? But I honestly have enjoyed wrestling WWE-wise for the most part this year. I mean, it's hard to get into it because it's such a weird dynamic with no crowd, and you don't. They're kind of. I think they're just kind of treading water. They're not really making big waves because they want a whole pattern to see where this virus takes us. So that's why I kind of I'm not 100% committed to it, right? And then, but I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed watching. I mean, this last week was god awful. I'll be honest with you. Raw was really bad Monday night. We talked about it on the air with Aaron. We talked about it on the prediction show for Hell in a Cell. We talked about it all week on my shows and on Aaron's shows. It's just bad week, Monday Night Raw. Didn't get to watch SmackDown. I was on dad duty doing the drop-off thing, so I didn't get to see it. So we'll see how this show plays out. Brendan says, do you see R-Truth winning it, or does Drew win it and then Truth win it right back? Probably Drew winning it, then Raw and Ron winning it right back. It's kind of been the formula with 24/7 championships, so Drew winning it and then Truth winning it back before the end of the show, maybe even tomorrow night on Raw. Either one wouldn't surprise me. So there's that. So as I said, we're going to kick off the night with that match you guys were just talking about, Truth and Drew Gulak. So I always want Truth to win because that's my boy. But, again, Gulak winning wouldn't be the worst thing because, he's going to get it back. Truth will get it back eventually. Let's see, guys. It is still so funny to me, even after all this time of him being back in the family and whatnot. It's very bizarre to see Jeff Jarrett on WWE programming after all the shenanigans that went down in '99 and all the the formation of TNA and things like that. Just crazy. Just bananas. Okay, that takes care of that. Appreciate you guys watching if you're here. I appreciate all of you being on. Let's go ahead now and bring in. Let me just get this all set up here so it looks all nice and purdy like, because I don't want it to look screwy. There we go. Come on in, Cleaver. What's up, brother? Good to see you, sir. Having a hard time hearing you. Hang on 1 second. Okay, let's make sure it wasn't just me. Nope, we cannot. I cannot hear you at all. Yeah, it's okay. Very well could be Michael. We'll get Colin on here. Nope, still can't hear Colin, so we're working on that as we go along here. Let's see if I can do that and do that. Nope. Okay. Very good, sir. We'll work on Colin getting back on in just a second. It's been a week of tech issues on the Jeff Meacham Network for sure. So Michael says, I think Orton wins because I don't see him losing 3 straight. Again, it depends on the match you're talking about right now on the WWE Network, the Miz Otis match. I have a very distinct feeling if Miz wins, he's going to cash in tonight and set up the feud with the champion, Drew McIntyre, going into Survivor Series and even the end of the year. So don't be surprised if we have a Miz cash in and a win. Just saying, guys. Just saying. Turn that off so I don't get bothered the rest of the show. There we go. Drew has to be, again, why? Why does he have to? Because he's done it before? Because he's the indomitable champion? Hogan lost. It happened. It's Stone Cold Steve Austin lost. The Rock lost. Hunter lost. So, they're all capable of losing. It really depends on where they go with the Money in the Bank. And let's see. Can we?
Can we hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes, sir. Hi. Good afternoon.
So I'm trying to use my new computer, and I don't know why the mic's not working on it. It's a setting I'm gonna have to mess with, I guess. But
because it's Tech Hell Week on the Jeff Meacham Network. That's why.
Yeah.
You've been watching all week. It's been hell. So
yeah, I mean, shit happens, man.
It is. It's been bananas around here. But you know what? And like I said, I put the post up about, Edison talking about might shut us down. It's like, I just want to work.
Yeah. We might be getting the same thing here, too.
It's terrible. So we were talking as you were finagling with your devices about the Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton thing and how, Drew has to win because... Why? Why does he have to win, number one? Number two... What if they have Miz win that briefcase and he cashes in and sets up a whole new feud going into the end of the year with the WWE Champion as the champion?
Yeah, I mean, so I actually changed my pick from Orton to McIntyre because if they are, as more I thought about it going into Survivor Series, if Miz doesn't cash in tonight or doesn't win or whatever, my scenario did not play out.
Right.
What would we rather see? Orton versus Reigns for the thousandth time, heel versus heel? Or are we going to want a face champion versus a heel champion, champion versus champion? So,
right.
But Miz could cash in. Like I said in my predictions, that Randy could win the title and then moments later lose it. He gets that 14th gap, but we don't have to have a full other title reign from Randy.
Right.
But no, I'm really hoping that The Miz does, because I can't remember who said it earlier in the chat also, but they said something about Miz and Morrison feuding.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about something now. Since the Money in the Bank contract has went from SmackDown to Raw, does the holder have to cash in on the universe or on the WWE champion?
I think they did away with that aspect of the contracts year 2, because RVD won it as a Raw talent, And then, of course, he challenged at BCW pay-per-views. So it really just depends. And he brought the WWE Championship BCW as the champion.
Yeah.
So it's the first year it was the Raw gimmick match, right? Because SmackDown had a bunch of different things going on for WrestleMania 21, but Raw didn't really have any like grabs other than the world title match. So they had the Money in the Bank be the Raw thing, while SmackDown, I think Big Show was a SmackDown, so I think he did the sumo thing on SmackDown, which granted doesn't look good compared to the Money in the Bank match, but I think it was only year one they had it be brand exclusive, because I think Lily made it a point introducing it in 2006 as a dual branded or whatever whatever the hell the word was,
Cross
promotional, yeah, interpromotional. That's what she said. Haha,
yeah.
just clicked. So I think after that it was whoever won, you can catch or whatever. Because remember, Edge won the briefcase from Kennedy on Raw, and then went to SmackDown the next night and became the World Heavyweight Champion. So it's. I think it just depends how they want to book it, and. Honestly, if I'm WWE, whoever wins, Miz or Otis, which whatever, I can't see them cashing in on Roman, because Roman is the guy right now. He just is. So
that's what I was thinking. Like maybe we can get a swerve and Miz tries to cash in on Roman. Like I don't know. It's not. What's the word the phrase Aaron always uses? Unlikely in all likelihood.
Highly unlikely in all likelihood, yeah.
Yeah. But because that would be a complete swerve, because technically he's a Raw guy now, but he could jump back to SmackDown if he wanted to cash that title.
Well, it's one thing to swerve with a cash in, another thing to swerve with a successful cash in. That's the key. Yeah. Like, do you take all this effort, make all this effort to get the briefcase off of Otis, only to have Miz lose? Like, I don't see that as again, likely and unlikelihood thing. Like, if Miz wins the briefcase, he's got to be successful in the cash-in, or it's a complete waste of the last, how many months now?
Since what, June?
Well, because, Otis won it in June, and he's done nothing. Like, there's not even been a tease of a cash-in yet, at all. So... and because he's babyface. See, that's the thing. Well, the Money in the Bank being with a babyface is always difficult.
Mm-hmm. Well, we kind of had that little tiny tease when him and Strowman teamed up.
Right.
And he kind of looked at him, and then but we knew that wasn't going to happen.
No, because
I still don't understand why Otis even won it in the freaking first place.
Yeah, I don't know. Literally anybody else in that match would have made more sense. Anybody else.
So Michael Gonzalez says maybe Tucker will cost him the briefcase.
Well, yeah, it could be. We've all talked about that. Is the heel turn inevitable now that they're split up? Like, is it going to be a thing? And my whole thing is. Like I said, there's much more meat on the bone with Miz being the kind of holder, because you could have Morrison turn babyface and get that. It won't sound babyface, but the what about me thing, because Miz and Morrison are back together, but Miz is getting the rub there. Morrison could you be like, hey, wait a minute, I've never been Mr. Money in the Bank. What about let's so there's something there that could be used. There's a lot more things to do with Miz than there are with Otis, in my personal opinion. Mr. Yuck, you're kind of late to the dance. I said tonight would be the ideal time to cash in, because number one, we found out about this match today. Like, we didn't know this was going to happen until today, so it would be an ultimate, like, you never would see it coming, because it literally happened hours ago. So
we got this match added after SmackDown.
Oh, okay. Well, that shows you how much I've been online the last 48 hours. So.
Yeah, this match got announced on SmackDown. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
the
even still.
The championship was added this afternoon.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, either way, it's really hard, and I think you'll agree, because they add this match a couple days before, you go, okay, did they have this match planned all along? Is this going to be the plan? Is it going to be, is Miz going to win? You know, so it's, they really like keeping us on our toes. So, you know, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out here.
And with this card only having 5 matches, like I said earlier in the No DQ group chat, it feels like a takeover. 5 matches.
Yeah,
really?
right.
Like, all right, so I have a 9 o'clock call time for Thunderdome, and I feel like I'm only going to be on it for like 15 minutes. Man.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I very rarely do the pay-per-views, because, you know, there's no real set end game. Raw or SmackDown, you're pretty secure. I mean, I think my call time for Raw tomorrow is, it's either 5:30 or 6:30. My time, I forget. One of the other. It's either 8:30. I can't remember what I got set up.
I have a 7:45.
So there you go.
Tomorrow,
yeah. I just figure it's easy to do Raw that way. I always have a gimmick for my Talk Wrestling graphics. I'm going to the Thunderdome. It's good for marketing, pal.
True story.
But what do you see the rest of the card playing out like?
Well, you know, Roman's going to win. It's going to be dominant. I feel Jay has had an awesome push and has been doing this role with a lot of professionalism that he's been kind of in, because you got to think, you know, he's kind of used to main event tag teaming with his brother, not branching out on his own. You know, granted, he's in there with his cousin, but obviously we see Reigns retain. I'm going for Sasha Banks to take it. If they're gonna have it here, the Hell in a Cell, then Sasha needs to take it. Bayley needs to go away until Rumble. Come back, win the Rumble, and then we get Sasha with a lengthy reign. Have her actually have a successful championship defense.
Please.
Have her hold it until Mania, and then we get Bayley versus Sasha at Mania for the championship.
There you go, attaboy. I love that.
And then, let's see, Hardy and Elias. Elias is going to go over. He just had that kick-ass concert. He's in line for a push. He's a great performer. He's just been given kind of the shit end of the stick.
Yeah.
And he's back, and they don't really hold rock concerts for just nobody. So, and Jeff Hardy has that tenure that he's been there. He's established. He's someone who can put him over. And I think that's what Jeff's role is right now in this, you know, even though we know what this is from. This is still from the Sheamus storyline that happened on SmackDown months and months ago.
Yep.
But Elias is going to go over, in my opinion. Drew Gulak, I would love to see beat R-Truth. And then, I'm going with Drew McIntyre retaining as well.
So, Mr. Yuck, we kind of talked about this on the various shows in the last couple of weeks. Would you like WWE to bring in more of the Samoan Bloodline stars, either former like Rikishi or Rafa, or from the outside like Joseph Fatu or Gorilla's Destiny? I think it's almost a given that that's where they're going. Like, they're going to start bringing the Bloodline in. Like, you're going to have Jimmy Uso come and be part of this once he's healthy. Maybe even Naomi, you know, somehow cross back over to SmackDown because she's, you know, part of it by marriage. There's a lot more of the Usos than people realize out there in wrestling land. So, you know, if Roman wants to be the tribal chief, the head of the table, you have to have the Bloodline fall in line to do that. So, and I think the end game personally is the Rock at WrestleMania. I think it's what WWE's hoping for.
Yeah, I can see that. So, all right, I can see Joseph Fatu coming in, but you're going to have to pull some shit to get the Gorillas of Destiny in.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on. Tama Tonga alone? Like,
he's been very outspoken about no.
He is one of the most blunt MFers I can't remember if we're on Aaron's channel or not, so I'm trying to...
It's all me, brother. Go for it.
All right. He's one of the most blunt motherfuckers that you'll ever see in your entire life. Just go research like 2017's Twitter. Just go have some fun.
Yeah.
And along with his brother, you know what I mean? But I could see the Fatus. There's another one too. I think his name's Sam.
Yeah.
something like that. He's doing his thing over in the West Coast. But isn't Joseph Fatu in MLW?
I believe so, but I know that uh
Where's Noah when I need him?
right. I forget his name in gimmick, but like Count Pearl or Black Pearl. He is a co-trainer with Gangrel out here at the at the school at Rikishi's school. So they're all right here, man. They're just waiting to get that phone call. And if WWE wants to do a Brada Samoan Dynasty, just line them up. Seriously. So why not?
But Naomi, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
cool. She could go back, but honestly, I'd rather see her join the Hurt Business and
I agree.
Give them a female ally. Especially
I agree with that.
With Retribution is going to be going on. Someone's got to take on Mia Yim. So why don't we have blue hair versus whatever freaking color she decides she wants to be this week?
Right.
And have some fun.
Right. Exactly. Michael says a couple different things. First of all, he says, what happens with AJ Styles? Maybe feud with Wyatt post Hell in a Cell. Again, the thing with AJ, it's he didn't really have a program for tonight. Neither did Bray Wyatt. So people kind of lean toward maybe that'll happen. But Bray spent Monday night pretty much doing my predictions a hell of a job favor wise, because I called it within 30 minutes of the show ending. Retribution was done, and Bray helped with that. So I don't know where Bray goes from here except to continue the pain. AJ's there, yes, but AJ has big bad bodyguard now. So do you really put Bray in a situation where his second quote unquote is going to be this big little pixie compared to the big guy? It doesn't work out for me there. So
now I think we're gonna see AJ and Riddle for a little while. I think we're going to see a little program with them for at least
I'm okay with that.
2 weeks, as we saw this past Monday. But yeah, I see a program with Riddle for the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Right. Again,
and for Bray, Retribution still. I mean, it's written in stone that this is going to be for at least another week. It's got to be.
Yep.
You have to keep it going.
Yeah, Retribution owes him a receipt now, so if they don't collect, they're really bitches. That's the thing. So, Michael says WWE probably knows right now if The Rock's going to be able to wrestle at Mania. Yeah, I agreed, but it doesn't mean we know. So, they're not going to say anything until they need to pull that trigger. Todd says Jacob Fatu just signed a new contract at MLW not too long ago. True, but I also know that they're a lot more lenient with loans than they ever used to be with other companies. I mean, the main companies are not going to do that, but like the lower level companies, they're not too so like, oh my god, we can't load them out for like a night or something or for a short term thing. So don't be surprised if we see Jacob Fatu. Brandon says, even though Joe is not part of the bloodline, I could see him being in it too. Right, but they're on different shows.
Yeah.
Because Joe is a Raw commentator right now, so that's a hell of a jump from. What's that?
If he was a SmackDown commentator, maybe he can be, try to interfere after a beatdown of, let's just say Rikishi comes out this week and gets his ass beat.
Right.
And Jay and Jimmy aren't there to defend themselves,
right,
or him or anything. But no, right. Yeah, them being on separate shows, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's a long stretch from Raw commentator to SmackDown main event participant. It's a big jump right now at this point. Especially when we don't know with what Joe's status is injury-wise. I mean, we all can speculate all we want. We don't actually know what's going on with Joe. So, it's what Joe wants us to know, what WWE wants us to know, and that's fine. I'm okay with a little bit of kayfabe, God forbid,
Yeah.
So, let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, since you're here, I'll go ahead and throw these up here for you. Birthdays and anniversaries. Of course, I talk about my anniversary of podcasting, 18 years, God help me. A year later, on the exact day, well, Stephanie got married. So there you go.
The real one, guys.
The real one, the real marriage. Right. The phony marriage, actually, I'm getting ready to watch it on the network on my binge. It's coming up next Monday. The next Monday Night Raw show I watch Live from Staples Center, which I should have been at, damn it. Wasn't there, though. And then birthdays, we've got Can you believe Cold Scorpio is 55? Like, I can't even process that guy is in his 50s. It just blows me away.
Dude, I see that picture, I think Flash Punk.
Right. Now, I was trying to find a good, decent HD picture of Scorp, but it wouldn't happen. The damn internet let me down.
Makes me feel old, man.
Right? And then
have his figures.
And there's Saturday 54, which, is surprisingly alive from a few years ago. It's like, Jesus.
Cleveland, Ohio's own.
There you go, baby. Gotta love it. And then Rosa Mendes, I'm surprised, is 41. Like, that blows my mind that she's 41.
How
and
old were you in that picture there, bud?
God, that was 9 years ago.
I see Brandy.
Yeah. Brandy was still Eden Styles back then. That was a 2011 SummerSlam Access. So 9 years, so 28.
Nice.
20 years old, and horrible flash on the picture. Like, I don't know why the flash did that picture outside, but it did. Terrible. Like, I couldn't edit that thing if I tried. Terrible. But yes, what's really cool is there's a lot of images from that access, and my favorite, and I'll have to see if I can bring it up later during the course of my reminiscing, if you will, of my 18 years. Vicky Guerrero was still a very hot heel at that time. She was with Dolph, and Dylan's mom borrowed my Eddie Guerrero tribute shirt, and I had my version 1 Undisputed Championship belt. So it wasn't the one Eddie wore, but it was close.
Yeah.
So there's a great picture of my ex and Vicky. They're both crying because, the Eddie shirt. It's just a real thing. There's a beautiful image. I'm going to see if I can show it later, like I said, of Dylan hugging Vicky, which is just like, warms my heart. And then there's a picture of me with Vicky with her holding the belt. With the just generic 8x10 or whatever, but it's just like, damn, that's it. It was difficult because I had met Vicky like once or twice before Eddie passed. I hadn't seen her since, so it was really like a moment. But that was cool. But yeah, just the picture of Dylan and Vicky was it just warms my heart to think about to this day. It's like, it's so cool. It's stuff like that I really hope that the kids of this generation really get out of it, that it's still okay to like wrestling. It's still okay to like this, even though there's a lot of shenanigans, a lot of whatever. I put up an image not too long ago as a throwback of Dylan hugging Melina after she got her EWF Hall of Fame induction, and he purposely ran all the way to the entryway by the curtain and like made it a point to give her a hug, and the look on her face, she's like, "Oh, I can't." Like, her heart is warmed, but still, you don't see that hardly ever, and it's very, very cool. And I miss stuff like that, and I realized as I look at these pictures that I really didn't have those kind of moments because I didn't go to very many shows myself as a kid, because I did not go to a show between 94 and 2000. So my live experience was all televised. I didn't get to see, I wasn't there live when, the Attitude Era really exploded in person. I wasn't there live when WCW took the freaking nosedive. The only WCW show I ever saw, ironically enough, was the show that I found out about the whole showbiz side of wrestling. Because, and that was at the Anaheim Convention Center. Freaking little house show out here in Anaheim. Just random show I went to. But yeah, that's where I found out. But it's so cool. And I see your son getting the experiences he's getting, and your daughter is just starting to come into this world, really starting to realize what this world is in general. It's so cool for me to watch shit like that. It's awesome. I love it.
Dude, when I went to NXT, the best part of the night was seeing the look on his face after he got his pictures taken with Riddle and Ciampa, and then we were right on the gate, and Balor's hand comes underneath the gate and grabs his foot, and he's like, "Finn Balor took my shoe." Like those three moments, right. And the look on his face when we got those tickets upgraded to front row. We were in good seats. We had a great view, but these dudes came up, and this guy came up and said, "Hey, here's some extra tickets." We asked the security lady where they're at. She said the front row. His jaw hit the fucking ground. And, that was like the highlight of the night, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
You know, I get it.
Just great stuff. Great moment, by the way, on the network right now. They're showing Truth and Jarrett talking. Let's take that in for a moment on WWE programming. Just take that in for a moment, guys. Oh my God.
Good times.
See, because when I started, we had Truth on and we had Jarrett on. We were talking about TNA and how well they were doing. It's like God, it floors me that both of these guys won their world championships in NWA right around the time I started. Because when we started, Truth was NWA world champion.
Yeah.
And then Jarrett became champion in November. So it's crazy that 18 years ago we all thought the world was going to change and wrestling was going to become this ridiculous, and it really didn't. Like WWE got really good and mainstream, and Cena and The Rock took off and whatever, but wrestling as a whole did not really explode like we all hoped it would, because TNA just couldn't quite get past that little top of that hill. Like,
yep. So, I remember I was a big TNA fan.
Oh yeah.
I watched it more than WWE for a good period of time, but
yeah, for sure.
I remember the early days. I remember when, what was it? Yeah, Ron Killings won the TNA title. Didn't he? His whole feud with AJ and his whole feud with Jeff and Joe was there, and I remember all that.
Yeah, I distinctly remember TNA kind of letting us be the pre-show for the big Jarrett Raven showdown on the weekly pay-per-view in 2003. And we had Dusty on the preview. We had Jarrett on the preview. It was such a huge thing for us. And it was like the weekly pay, even though you had to pay for it every single week, and kind of like I'm doing with Primetime Live now with NWA United Wrestling Network now, but you had to pay for it every week. But it was the place to be. Wednesday nights, man, were the place to be, because you throw down your $10 a month and you get the guys you can't see anymore, or the guys you've never seen, or the guys that thought were gone or whatever. It was a good mix, and I think that's what AEW's trying to do now. And I could be off on that, but AEW's a lot of these indie darlings that WWE didn't pick up. There's a lot of guys from back in the day, Chris Jericho, that are still whooping that ass, and you've got guys that are homegrowns. It's just really, really cool to see that mix of people. And people were so sure that All In was one and done, and oh no. So
it blew up.
It did.
Blew up. I mean, I'm
so
not
happy.
into it like everybody else is, but I mean,
Right.
It blew up. But
well,
I gotta hop off real quick, my man.
Okay.
I gotta take a shower before the show starts. I went to work today. Got off a little early, did some yard work.
Good for you, man.
But I'm gonna hop off, take a shower, and get some dinner for the kids real quick. But
I appreciate you being on, brother.
I'll be in the chat throughout the night and stuff. So
sounds good.
Real quick for Alyssa and Michael. What are they doing with Seth Rollins and this Rollins-Murphy story? It's all going to come to a conclusion soon. He has no direction because he's getting ready to get wrote off TV for a little while in due of his newborn child that's due in December. So
right, yeah,
that's what's going on with that. We're going to have this build. We're going to see a little smooch between the little Mysterio girl and the little Australian kid, and then we're going to get maybe an alliance between the three of them, and they're all going to kick the shit out of Rollins and send him packing. That's
ride his ass off. That's it, man. Get him out of there.
Send his ass home so he can have his baby with Becky and enjoy all the sweet things of fatherhood that we get to enjoy. So
seriously, because I've known Seth for so long, he's going to be a hell of a dad. He's going to be a really cool dad, and I hope for good things for both of them when it happens. It's so very cool.
For sure. So,
thank you for being on, sir. Much appreciated as always.
Yeah, take it easy, and we'll chat soon.
I'll be there, brother.
Enjoy the show, guys.
Hi, Colin. Thank you. There you go for the cleaver. I missed Truth talking. I'll have to go back and watch that later on demand, if you will. But very cool to see Colin come on in and give us a little insight, if you will. Again, if you guys want to come in, you're more than welcome. I did send a few people a link to hop in. I'm waiting on to see if somebody is going to be on later. But we'll wait and see what happens with that person. I'm also waiting to see when they're going to do the kickoff match. I don't want to be caught, flat-footed or midstream here talking to somebody and have the kickoff match. We're going to go up. Time to get off the thing. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Let me just make sure I've got everything queued up here for the kickoff. There's that, and there's that. Okay, very good. Everything is in line. So we will get there. Yeah, I sorry I didn't see the comments from Michael and Alyssa regarding the Rollins Mysterio Murphy thing. Just got too busy chatting and reminiscing as I've been doing today with the memories of the last 18 years. It's again, it's very, very surreal for me to think that 18 years ago, this very day, the first ever Extreme Mayhem went live, or not live, but live to tape, whatever you want to call it. It was posted for the very first time over on themayhem.com back in 2002, and just crazy that here I sit, and I am forever indebted to all of you, everybody in No DQ, everybody that's supported this crazy life I've chosen, and everybody I've interviewed. I recently found an old interview I did with my dear friend Shell for her blog about everybody I've interviewed. I've interviewed like almost 100 people. That's crazy for me to think about. That many people that have given me the time of day to talk to and interact with and be a part of their lives and then a part of mine, and to get friendships out of it, which I think is just bananas, that I've made friends with these people that are in the business, or acquaintances with people that are really high up in the business. It's very cool for me, and I try very hard to not take it for granted. It is difficult a lot of the time because there's so much going on, and I've got so many things. I'm producing 5 shows a week now, roughly. So it's definitely daunting. It's definitely a constant but exciting challenge. I don't think of it as work most of the time. I do enjoy the money I get out of it. Let's be real. And Michael, thank you for the 18 for the wishes. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a wild ride. It really has, and I look forward to another 18 or however long I'm allowed to go, and it's going to be fun. Halloween this year, Alyssa, I'm actually going to be home. Dylan will be with his mother, as he is on the weekends. So I'll probably be watching some sort of scary movie, as you said. I actually finished the original Child's Play saga, except for I didn't watch the new one. I'm going to watch that probably tonight after the World Series game. I'll probably be doing that. This coming week, I have the other 3 sagas to finish. I've been way behind, as I've been documented very unfortunately on my other social medias. Halloween, Friday the 13th, and Nightmare on Elm Street. So it'll be a busy week for sure. But I also have the World Series to watch because the Dodgers may actually win this damn thing. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Brendan says, congrats on 18 years. Thank you, Brendan. Again, it's crazy to me that it's been that long, but I love it. I love every bit of it. I'm so overwhelmed that I've been allowed to come across your screens, every week for, either audio or visual for the last 18 years. Very, very cool. Kobe says, hey Jeff, congrats on 18 years. Been following you since 2016. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. I am working on getting the old stuff uploaded. There's a lot of legalities involved in the old days, the pre-2006 days of my career, but I'm working on it. So the first 4 years I have to really be careful what I post, because a lot of stuff is out of bounds. So, but I've enjoyed the last, this little the return I've had to No DQ since 2014, when I came back to predict to talk about SummerSlam that year, and when I left the Casa channel the previous year. I mean, I go back. You know, I went back to both. I still go back to both. JJ's channel's kind of part of my little network now, and I love it. You can see him every other Friday on Dad's. Again, this last Friday was the Top 10 Horror Movies, which if you guys missed that, I encourage you to go watch it and or listen to it on the Anchor side of things, because it was a lot of fun to do. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and it was very, very weird to have the cameo we did, but I enjoyed it thoroughly. So again, I don't tread lightly on the fact that it was you guys and you fans that have allowed me this tremendous opportunity, and I hope that I've only been able to reciprocate the love that I've gotten, and if I haven't, then I will do better. Should Seth take the briefcase from Otis? No, I think Miz is the way to go at this point. Jesus, I thought I had that turned off. I did, but went ahead and did it. Okay. Okay, so the boy's on his way. Yay. And Kobe says definitely go watch the horror movie show. Yeah, please do. And Kobe, let me know what you think about it afterwards, and let JJ know what you think afterwards. The cameo was all him, so I need to make that very clear. The cameo was all his doing. So
come on, Betsy.
There you go.
Comes. Oh, god damn it! Come on.
Sorry, guys. Hang on a second. There's a reason that ringtone is for Dylan's mom, and if you guys know her, then you know. So there's that. I was glad you had 2 Hitchcock movies. So I love the Hitchcock stuff, man. He's the master. He's the guy. So I love him. All right. R-Truth is on his way to the ring for a 24/7 championship defense. So let's go ahead and get you guys out to the Thunderdome right now, and we'll be right back. Oh, jeez. Run, Truth, run. Oh, Drew. Them's fighting words. Shenanigans. Terrible, Gulag. Terrible. Anyway. Brennan says, don't hurt little Jimmy too bad, right? Yeah, he did. He kicked him. Terrible. That's invisible child abuse. That's terrible. You talking about that, Retribution? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this surprised me when they came out during Alexa and Fiend's thing. And they're gone. I can't believe Retribution got jobbed out and got beat up. Terrible, terrible booking. Ruined them in one night. It's a damn shame. Michael says, tired of the 24/7 title, to be honest. It started off well with Truth and Maverick, but now it's just the same thing over and over again. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's old hat. So, oh, here comes Ali. Didn't they beat your ass on Monday, Mustafa? Didn't they make you lose and then feed you the Fiend? Just saying. No, another match. Here we go. They better hope Retribution wins, or they're really dead in the water then. Shut up, Rosenberg. Yeah, I don't. Retribution definitely needs to do something to rebound from just completely being laid to waste Monday night between their business defeating them in the match with a tap out at that, and then the Fiend just laying them out like freaking. I can't think of the word right now. Just complete annihilation is what they did. It was terrible. Speaking of annihilation, Redwood Massacre Annihilation. I watched that last night in a premiere Zoom setting with Danielle Harris, which I thought was really cool. Cool to be a part of. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the experience of watching the movie for the first time with people that are in the movie that are kind of commenting along. It was very cool. But hopefully she does more. I mentioned earlier, this is kind of like what I do now. So it's watch-alongs. It's a lot of fun. The difference is I don't know what's going to happen in these, whereas they do. So, talking about the Roman Empire, Roman versus Jey Uso. I am really enjoying this storyline with Roman Reigns and Jey Uso. I think it's being so well presented, so well laid out, so well done. And I am looking forward to seeing what happens tonight during Inside the Cell and I Quit match. Never seen an I Quit match inside the cell before, and we know what the Brothers can do in an I Quit match, right, Mick Foley? So gonna be good, as Booker would say. I mean, Roman's gonna be the shit out of him, straight up. I'll be honest, Brendan, I have not watched any of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies all the way through except the very first one, and that was a long time ago, and that god-awful remake, which I'd rather forget. But I've not watched the rest of them the whole way through. I intend to this coming week. I've got plenty of time this week, other than when I'm on the air or doing the prep for the week, which the prep's pretty much done, except for Mikey's show on Tuesday, the Stat Boy Sports Bar, but everything else is pretty much done, so I fully intend to get my horror binge in one way or the other, damn it. So I just love the way it's been done here. I love he loves him. He still wants him to be part of the family, but he's gonna beat his ass. Oh shit. I must have missed this. Man, oh man. See, that's what Jay needed to do. He needed to get up in Roman's shit. See, that's not right though. Wow. Intense shit. Michael says, hopefully Statboy doesn't have the Giants as the bottom of the ranking. I don't think they will. I mean, the Jets are definitely at the bottom because they suck. And I was on SmackDown. I missed SmackDown Friday because I was busy doing the dad thing, the errand thing, so I missed out on the show. So it's gonna be something. What's that, guys? Mikey says, before I start my shift, just want to say congrats 18 years. Love you, bro. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that. Again, you and Jay are a huge part of why I'm still here. Honestly. You guys were a huge reason why I kept going in 2011 and didn't just say, fuck it, and walk away. So I appreciate you both very, very much. Very, very much. Jared makes a good point, man. This family is tight. Are they having this Roman and Jay start the show? Holy shit. There goes my point. I bet you Miz wins and cashes in. I bet you. Crazy. Here we go. It's time for Hell in a Cell. That's crazy. Yeah, let me go ahead and run the opening one more time, shall we? A little music from the past here. There you go. We're back. Let's see. Mikey says Jets are 0-7. Yeah, there they suck. I hope Miz doesn't win. If Orton versus Drew ends up the show, we will see Chant wins Miz or Orton. I would agree with that, Michael. Absolutely. Brennan says I agree. It looks like they're going to set up the Miz cash in. And Todd's saying that women's match going to end the show. I'd love if Sasha and Bayley ended the show. That'd be so great. It really would. Wait and see how things play out here. Thunderdome. Do leave the boys here. It's a little open here. Old school TV, interesting. I like it. Very, very curious. I like the music. Very cool. Very cool opening. I like it a lot. Well, again, I'm not happy they went with Sasha and Bayley now, but it's still a great story. It's been a hell of a build the last couple of years, the last few months especially. So, if it is tonight, it is what it is, and I've enjoyed it. It's a great story. There's definitely a great amount of heat there. So, what are you gonna do? All right, it is what it is, baby, as the Dream would say. Here we go with the pyro. Do you believe it is that time? Once again.
Oh yeah, bottom of the ninth, kid comes up, fielding error to Chris Taylor.
As soon as any music hits, I'm gonna hit the cover button. So stand by here, guys.
Perfect throw, and he just misses it by a mile.
It is a cool presentation. People crap on the Thunderdome or whatever. I like it. I like how it's set up. I like it's a very neat thing. So hopefully have no drama tomorrow night. I can get on there easy peasy.
So I was playing with
We shall see.
back with mom with the football, right? And Grandpa lets Honey out. Well, he lets all the dogs out. But Honey
In a cell.
football. So she figured out how to grab it and hold it and run with it by getting the edges of it. So she bites the edges and she
There goes the cell. Here it comes. 20 feet now. It's supposed to 16 back in the day.
Mom's car, and I would punt the football for her, and she'd
Wow.
run after it, and then as soon as where I was going,
It is a sight. It's the thing to behold for sure.
jumped up, hit it so that way it went away from
Cole
her.
and Gravy at ringside. So listen to the Bear With Us podcast. I keep forgetting to listen to this week's show.
It's made by Wilson, which is the same company that made my basketball from up there. And she's had the thing for like a year and a half now, and she still hasn't been able to pop it.
Here we go, guys.
Like I said, it was really hard to pop.
Man, oh man. Interesting they're starting with this match. Very interesting. I'm not streaming it live here in the room, Ian. I can't do that because that's not legal. But I am watching along with the show. And if you've not watched my live streams before for reviews, I bow out during the match. And I put the graphic up saying I'll be right back. So, no, I don't actually stream it. I don't want to get in trouble with the WWE legal department. I've dealt with them enough over the years. Last 18 years today of my career. So, thanks, but no thanks. I guess Roman and get in there listening. Right. Yeah. Head on down the highway. I like it means we get there. Yeah, exactly. You don't know we don't know what the main event's going to be now, which I think is kind of neat. So, and they could even have Randy and Drew go midway through the card and still get a cash in and still be a cool moment. So, a lot of possibilities now. I dig it. I agree with you, Michael, 100%. So, I'm down a point as well. Not that it matters because I'm already down in the pool here on the WQ pool, but I'm definitely down a point with this because I picked this match to go last. Whoopsie. Your own face like you knew. Brandon said, looking for now is going to be the. Hey, I'm all about that. That works for me. I'm guessing now Miz and Rosa Mendes events. Yeah, no. You know, that might actually be next to give the Money in the Bank holder time to pick a spot. So, ooh, right, chops.
Hello? No. One.
Me too, but I really hope Sasha and Bayley the main event. They deserve it, man. They really do.
No.
Here we go. Well, hey there, pretty lady. Oh, she left. I had to call him, but she disappeared. Let's see if we can get her back. We are working on getting our caller back, so stand by, everybody. I usually don't talk during the matches, but I definitely want to have my guest's perspective if she is willing to come back. Yeah, I do too. I hope they let him go all out. I really do, Brendan. I wholeheartedly agree. Definitely need to have a balls out match here for sure. Get rid of that damn thing. Hell with it. Hell with it. I'll just stay on during the matches this time. And this is gonna be something, so. Okay, we're gonna try and do this again. I'm still on, right, guys? You guys can see me in here, or not see me because I'm behind the wall. Hi, but you guys can hear me, right? Everything's good. Yeah. Let me know. Working on, like I said, working on getting that guest back in here. So stand by, guys. If we can make it happen, we will. Yeah. Make sure I cover the right room here also, because that's the fun part. Whoop, there she is. Hang on. Hang on. Hello, hello.
Hi.
There she is. Let me get the official banner up here. Hang on a second. There's
No, don't put my picture up. I'm good.
I didn't say picture. I'm putting it on the lineup. On the line leads from Toronto. That way people can hear who's on the line at least. I'll put the picture up. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all good. I don't want to cause trouble, so I assume you're home watching the show too? What's that?
All right, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Sorry, I'm trying to have commentary in my quote-unquote bad ear so I can have you in my good ear.
Yeah, see, I'm not watching it either, so.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. Yeah, they actually started with Roman and Jay. I mean, you see on the screen here because you're in the room with me, but yeah, they started with the Roman Jay match.
I figured they would.
Really?
Yeah, the Assassin family are going to close it out.
Are they really? Good for them.
That's what I think anyway.
That's fantastic. I hope so.
But let this one go. No, as long as it needs. There's only, what, like 4 matches or something?
There's officially... Let's see here. Let me just double check here. I got it all in front of me here. Hang
so
on
each match kind of gets...
Right.
a
Yeah.
long amount of time where you can actually get invested in the story and stuff, which is not bad.
No, yeah, there's 5 matches total on the main card because we had the R-Truth versus Drew Gulak match on the kickoff. So, but I am glad they're doing the thing with the Otis Miz match, and I just, if Sasha and Bayley do indeed main event, I would love for Otis and Miz to go next, and then Miz to cash in on Drew and start that shit off right.
Yes.
I would love that.
Yes, I'm picking Miz to win that one,
Right, for sure.
just because he's got so much going on right now, like
Real. Yep.
that they can promote and use
Right.
instead of burying him all the time, and to start a feud,
Oh my goodness.
start a feud with Drew, move on from Randy.
Yep.
Let Randy move on to better things. He'll get his shot, but not yet.
Right. Yeah, by the way, full disclosure, Lisa's supposed to be on my prediction show earlier this week, and I ended up deciding to go on Aaron's show instead because I couldn't get. I did bail, but honestly, I couldn't get 4 solid commitments. I needed 4, and like I had Christian who was willing, but I couldn't get a 4th. I for some reason I'm not fond of three people panels. Like it just seems like there's too little meat on the bone for it to really maintain, especially with a short card. We only had 4 going into Thursday. So it ended up being 6 with the kickoff match announced today, but we didn't know the kickoff match until, a few hours ago. So to do a 3-person prediction on a 4-card match, we would have been done in 20 minutes. It would have been a complete waste of my time. So, at least that way, and also I'll be honest with you, I woke up feeling like I've been hit by a truck Thursday, and Aaron even said, "Are you sure you want this?" I'm like, dude, it's better I'm on with you guys, and he even said, "Yeah, because there's more people can carry the load." I'm like, exactly. I don't have to be the attraction. I'm the right. Freaking the side dish on the plate because I'm not no DQ guy. I'm just tag along there. It's not my party. I can cry if I want to. But yeah, this is cool. I usually don't talk during the matches, but I know you wanted to be on, so it's a lot more competitive than their last match. Roman and Jay are really giving each other the business.
Let's go.
Oh, there's a big spear. Jesus. What's that?
So I wish I could watch it. I think it's gonna end in like a no DQ or something.
Well, I mean, because
you got Jimmy, you have Rikishi, you have lots of people that can.
Well, we were talking about on our pre-show, if you will, here during the first hour I was on the air. There's a lot of meat in that Samoan dynasty, man. There's a lot of brothers in the lineup that could come in and line up to face Roman. So I forgot the name of the school during the pre-show, but it was Knox Pro. I was trying to think of Knox Pro. So sorry, Gangrel. Sorry, Rikishi. My bad, guys. There's a lot of guys in Knox Pro that are part of the family too that could definitely step up and and there's the Fatu that's in MLW. There's a lot of guys that it doesn't have to end here with Jay quitting, because if Jay quits, like Roman said Friday, if Jay quits, he and Jimmy are quote unquote out of the family. Doesn't mean the whole family's done,
unless they do some kind of stable with them.
Right, which is what I think they should do. And, I had mistakenly mentioned that Naomi could be, but I forgot Naomi's on Raw now, so she can join the Hurt Business, which is fine by me also. Jeez, Rome went for a big spear, and Jay kicked him right in the chops, and then super kicked the hell out of him just now. I don't recognize the referee.
Then you're forgetting about Brock too, right? Like, he's still around.
Brock is always lurking, man. As long as Heyman's on TV, Brock is lurking. So
he's out now, but not
right. Yeah, well,
he come back whenever he wants, right?
Yeah. He's not sitting back there on the couch, drinking and eating junk food. He's in that frickin' farm of his training every day.
And then setting up some kind of Roman Brock feud for Heyman's. I don't know, maybe Heyman's in it on it and just setting Roman up for something. I don't know.
Which honestly, I'm fine with, as long as they don't make Roman look like a pussy at the end. As long as they do something and keep him strong, I'm fine with it. Because this has been so, and you know better than anybody. You've been watching this whole thing as long as I have. This whole thing with Roman is long, long overdue.
Yeah.
So if they, bitch him out to Heyman for Brock's sake, it's gonna get shit on so bad. So I hope it don't go that way.
But you never know with Paul, right?
You don't, or you don't know with either Paul, whether it be Heyman or Helmsley. You never know what the booking team's gonna do. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, if he was an NXT, he'd probably figure it out. But with Hunter still. And by the way, I said this earlier during the pre-show, but since you're on the air, I'll wish it now. Happy anniversary to Hunter and Stephanie. Let me throw it out there once again, because this is my 18th year of podcasting, and this is their 17th year of marriage. So there you go. So,
Or unless you have Brock come back as a babyface.
Which I would love. I would love to be able to cheer Brock. I mean, you and I both know I'm not Brock's biggest fan, but I'd like to be able to cheer Brock just because, because I never have. Never got a reason to.
I mean, there's so much they can do with it, right?
Yep, absolutely. There really is.
No, he's supposed to be the Heyman guy, and now Heyman's replaced him, blah, 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 blah.
Yep. Well, see, that was the whole thing when Punk came back after he lost to Taker, and he was doing the whole, I'm still Paul's friend, but I'm not Paul's guy, and then Paul turned on him, and then they had the match at SummerSlam, and it was a whole big, thing. There was a lot more there that wasn't explored. And the thing is, with Brock being a part-timer, especially back then, you could only do you could do the SummerSlam, but then he's gone until Survivor Series. So you have to throw, God bless Joe Henry, man, he tried, and Ryback, to fill that role for Punk to attack to get to Heyman. It's like, dude, you can't go from challenging Brock Lesnar to big spear, Jesus. Challenging Brock to freaking rolling over Skippy and Curtis Axel to get to Paul. It totally deadened the story.
And then you got Goldberg too, right? Goldberg.
Yeah, Billy Boy's always there. Oh yeah. Ugh. Although I don't know if you were on the other day when I said this. TDP was on the bump middle of the week, and Bill sent a recorded message in basically praising Dallas and thanking Dallas for, everything that Dallas has done for Goldberg, and basically being very, for me, un-Goldberg-like. And I went, huh. So I was like, you know what, Bill, for today you get a pass.
Yeah.
Because he's right. I mean, without DDP, without, the Sarge, without those guys in WCW, Bill wouldn't have been at the point he was for Bischoff to go, okay, we're going with him.
Yeah.
So, it's definitely Sarge, it's definitely Dallas, and it's, for as bad as I am in shape right now, 3 years ago, I owe Dallas Page everything. I did, because I was in the best shape I'd been since high school. Because I stuck to it and was a good little soldier, and I haven't been, so... that's why I'm perfectly content being off screen right now. But so right now, Lisa, if you guys aren't watching a pay-per-view, Lisa's not watching. She said Jay basically grabbed a strap from ringside, kind of like one of the straps you have for a strap match, and was beating the tar out of Roman. And now Roman's got the strap now and has tied Jay to it on his hand. So it's probably going to get really ugly really quickly here.
Yeah, it's going to. It's going to be a violent one. I mean, same with the Drew and Randy one. That's going to be a nasty match, but
it needs to be.
I think Drew's going to come up on top with that one for sure.
Well, like I said, if Miz and Otis go before that match and Miz wins, I'm thoroughly convinced we're going to see Drew retain and then a cash in. I'm just convinced of it.
Well, like I said, with everything going on with the Miz right now, his shows and all these other promotions and stuff, it only makes sense to put him. I mean, it may not be a long reign, but
right. Yeah, it's not out of the possibility for it to continue to be that way, because there's honest. Whoops, where'd it go? There it goes. Yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't
feud with the Fiend or something.
Yeah, there again. people don't seem to realize there's definitely potential for a lot of things to be happening that because of the roster's shakeups. You've got different guys, different shows, and it's definitely gonna be interesting to see how it all plays out going forward. Because there's Randy and Fiend that they could explore again. Because Randy's feuded with Bray, but not with the Fiend. So there's that.
Well, there was already kind of. I mean, if people were paying attention, there was kind of Easter eggs in the funhouse there. So.
Oh, for sure.
And that's an unsettled score type thing, right? So continue that.
Yep. Well, people were so focused on the fact that John's in a comedy match, but it's like you guys, watch the whole match. Watch the whole match again. So.
And that's what Bray does, right? Like you have to pay attention.
Exactly. Yep.
Like it's all about mind games and stuff, and you have to pick up the clues.
Yep. So Michael in the chat room is saying, let's see if I can hang on a second here. I'm trying to get it so I can show comments and show the fact that you're on the line here, so bear with me here. Michael says, the match is telling a great story. It really is. And somebody's wondering, what's up with the gold glove? I don't see... Roman's wearing a gold glove. Just to enhance Superman Punch, just to make it more, visual. That's, just a gimmick. But yes, Michael, this match is telling a great story, for sure. And, definitely want to check it out when you get a chance, Lise.
Yeah, eventually. I'll get the gist of it later.
Sure. Oh, I'm sure you will. You always do somehow, right?
Yeah.
Who's texting me on Messenger? Oh, it's Halloween thing. Okay, whatever. I guess Aaron posted a picture this afternoon of himself in a South Park shirt, but wearing a Michael Myers mask because it's one more week to Halloween. So he's living life, man. This is Aaron's favorite time of year. I was telling them I'm telling the kids in the chat room that I finished the Child's Play saga Friday night when I got back from dropping Dylan off, and then I'm going to attempt to watch the other ones in the next 6.5 days. We'll see how it goes. Because I've got 7, 8, at least 8 or 9 Freddy movies, more than half of the Jason saga, and then more than half of the Halloween saga. So, but I watch Halloween matches. Wow, Halloween movies so much. Like I'm watching them, I can tell in my sleep at this point. Just trying to see what else is going on here. See, so Roman's down. Jay's got a chair set up in the corner, like he's gonna sit on it or something. Oh no! Okay, now I picked it up. He's gonna waylay it like a weapon. Oh, Superman punch! He got him. Roman caught him, man.
Yeah, see, I don't think he's gonna. They're not gonna get to the whole "I quit" part.
Not for Roman's got him in a triangle choke right now. He's like mounted him. He's like hold on to his. He's got him in a front face lock, but he's also hanging on his hips. Like Roman's totally on, like basically making Jay carry all of his weight. Oh, got him down too. Damn. Okay, now he's trying to see if Jay is awake. Yeah. Don't call an I quit if he doesn't actually quit. That'll be a farted on finish, man. Come on.
Yeah.
That's some Roddy Piper shit. With all due respect, Roddy, of course. Yeah, that's the thing. He has to say it. He can't just call the match. Right? The referee's telling Jay, I can't call it. I have to see it. Roy, my feed's not going in and out, but I had trouble earlier when it first starting. During the opening, it was cutting out. So maybe it's just kind of rolling along the system. Anyway, so yeah, just Dylan came home during the opening part of the show, and he's like, "How come he's not wearing a shirt?" I said, "Because it's different, and because all the girls are going crazy over it." Shirtless Roman.
Woohoo!
Yeah. I had a roommate during the latter part of my time at the apartment. Her entire thing was hashtag shirtless Roman because she watched old NXT and SCW footage of him wrestling and he didn't wear a shirt or a vest or anything. So when they called him, it was like, hey. But
Well, I mean, like, being a female, I won't lie. Like, it's nice to look at, but
no, it's all good. I get you.
whether he's wearing a shirt or not, like, it's
He's definitely an attractive man. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I've met him a couple times at events up here with my son and
nice.
stuff. I think I showed you the one picture of my son with him. Maybe not.
I remember the picture of you and Jason Momoa in the group. I remember that.
Oh yeah, that's another story. But yeah, no, my son met him at a live event.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, super nice. Like, he was a super nice guy.
Yeah, he comes
Like,
off
totally
as
different than
super
the
nice.
character
Yeah.
he's playing now, right? Like, just total opposite.
Right. Yeah, I've only okay.
He sat there he stood there after the show, and he talked with my son, and he took the pictures.
Nice.
Like, well, there was 3 of them, so I picked the best one, but
Right.
gave him a handshake. Like, it was him and Seth and Braun, I think.
Oh, nice.
So yeah.
Yeah, I've not met him. Yeah, I met the Usos. We were talking about. I was talking about it was today's Rosa Mendes' birthday, so I was showing a picture from Access 2011, the infamous Access where we all tried to get everybody together, and we met the Usos that day, and so I've met them. I've met Rikishi. I actually worked a show that Rikishi was on. That was
like the
Jesus.
whole family in general.
They are super cool.
humble, like super nice people.
Right. Hang on a second. Chris says maybe have the finish where Jay passes out instead of he can't. Like the referee even said he can't pass out. It doesn't matter. Jay has to say I quit. That was in the contract. So Roman's gonna make him say it one way or the other.
Or the only other option is a DQ somehow.
Right, which again, people are far on that if they do it that way. So I hope they don't do it that way. But yeah, I met Keish. I've met the Usos. I met I didn't meet Umaga before he died, but I did meet Matt.
Mm-hmm.
I met Matt, Rosie. I met him a couple times. He was super nice too. Just it's in their blood. Like they've got such a nice disposition to them.
The whole family in general, like even going down to like Dwayne, right? Like there's the whole family, like they're super humble, like just really really nice people.
Well, that comes from Grandpa Pete and Grandma. They were great people too. So
No matter who's playing of the villain right now, but it works for him though.
But the thing is, how surprised were we? Well, I don't know about you because I didn't know you back then, but back when The Rock left in 2002 and came back and was the Hollywood heel, I think that was his best stuff. I thought he was so good in that. His theme music kicked ass. I love that heel theme song of his. So that was different. But, going from, the Die Rocky Die thing to the organic turn that they allowed him in 98, 99. And then he ran like for almost 4 years. He was on top. He was the babyface, even more than Steve, I feel. Yeah. And then for him to just go, sing along's over. I'm done with you assholes. It was like, whoa. Well, but again, Brock was, he was the top heel being managed by Paul Heyman, but people didn't want to boo Brock. They liked Brock back then. Yeah. So, that's why they kept Paul as long as they did, because they wanted people to try to boo him, but, even feuding with Undertaker. Thing is, he feuded with Undertaker, but he won the feud, and he gained Taker's respect, so how can you boo the guy?
Well, exactly. I mean, me for one, when Brock came back, it was like, I liked him when he was in it, like, long time ago.
Right.
So when he came back, I was like, yes. And then, opinions changed, but...
For about 5 minutes, we were okay with that. No.
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh, my God.
But, I mean, what they're doing with Roman, I mean, like, it's working.
Yeah, it's working. Exactly. And it was so... it was so against what they've been doing with him. Pierce's in the ring now. Yeah, the official's trying in the ring, trying to stop Roman from beating Jay's up anymore. And he's not happy, man, because Jay has not said I quit, but Pierce and this, I forget this redheaded guy's name, but they're both in the ring, standing between Roman and Jay now. We already had 2 ref bumps because Roman took 2 referees out trying to make the stop, or trying to make it keep going. And referees out there now.
Like I said, I think they're gonna end it before it gets to that point.
Yeah.
Or Jay's gonna be like out, or the point where he can't say it. So
right.
You have to call the match, right?
Well, okay, Roman just shut the cell door and is now. Oh, jeez, he tried to throw the stairs in, but it knocked him off the damn. Almost killed himself. Spaz. There we go. Jamie Noble selling for the stairs, flying at him. That was hysterical. God bless Jamie Noble. I miss him, man. I met him at PWG. He was the Ring of Honor champion. He was so cool. We did a long interview with him. He was really nice. God, I don't know if I want to stay in there. If I'm Adam Pearce or anybody else, I'm getting the hell out of there. I mean, they're in the cell, but they're not in the ring. Okay, Roman's got the stairs over Jay now, like over his throat, like where the stairs like part, to make the indentation into the ring. Mm-hmm. He's got Jay trapped under the stairs, and he's telling him, "Just say it, man. Just say it." That's crazy. Right, Brendan. I remember the redheaded guy getting beat up by Nairo this year, but I can remember the guy's name to save my life.
I don't think you're going to hear him say it. So
probably not. He's telling new knowledge, though. He's telling him. God. Yeah, anyway, like I was saying, the Roman thing was so not really organic because we didn't turn him heel. The office finally said, okay, here it is. But it was still a cool moment when you realized, oh man, this is what we wanted. Like, we're going to get it. Holy shit, it's actually happening. So it very much felt not quite as intense as when Seth turned on the Shield, but it still was like, oh, so we're doing this. Okay.
Yeah, but Roman always had that. I mean, not to take anything away from Seth, but Roman always had that badass type attitude about him.
Yes.
So if anybody was going to turn,
right,
it's him.
And Jimmy just dove in the ring and went on top of his brother. Jeez, this is intense. This is so good.
Yeah, see, I told you, Jimmy. You might see your dad.
He did. Now, see, if I'm Roman, since Jimmy looks like he's doing better with his injury, I would start throwing Jimmy around like a freaking ragdoll now, just cause. And then maybe get Keish involved, man. Roman looks torn. He looks like he's ready to cry. So good.
Well, that's the thing, is sell the story, right? Like,
yeah, oh man.
You don't know whether he's torn about being this, badass guy, but this is his blood, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is family, man. This is all family here. So Rikishi is Alpha's nephew, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which means he's also Sika's nephew, which means. So yeah, they are legitimately blood. That's crazy. I'm not sure if Jimmy's clear to compete or not, Michael. He looks like he looks better than he did at Clash of Champions, that's for sure. Roman's sitting down in the ring and like in the middle of the ring sobbing right now. Holy shit. This is so good. He's saying I'm sorry to himself. I don't know if he's saying sorry to the Usos or himself or whoever. Damn, this is intense shit. I love this.
Wait till he turns on Paul.
Well, either that or he's.
It might not be today, but it's going to be. You're going to see this struggle.
Yeah.
Right? I want to be, the top guy, but at what cost?
Well, see, the thing is, he even said, Paul, I don't want you calling me a tribal. I don't want your acknowledgement. I want his. So he's trying to not play off like Paul is a non-factor.
Mm-hmm.
And see, okay, now Jimmy and oh man, he shook Jimmy's hand and then he got him in a triangle choke. Damn him. Fucking crocodile tears. That's cold. Jimmy's trying to wake Jay up to get him Roman off of Jimmy. This is crazy. Get out of the ring, Pierce. Get out of there.
I would love to see Rikishi come down and just like stink face Roman.
Oh, they just rang the bell. Oh, man.
And he never said it, right?
I don't think he did. Jay may have. I didn't hear him, though. Yeah, Jay said I quit to get Roman off Jimmy. That's good booking. I like that. He actually said it. That was deep. That was a safe finish. That was a safe finish. That was good. Wow.
No stink face.
Not yet. Now, you understand, I have a personal issue with the stink face because he gave Pete Rose a stink face, and that ain't cool with my house. We love us some Pete Rose. Chris says, is this an emotional like the end of Flair Michaels? This is nowhere near as emotional, man. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. I was in that crowd. I was a mess. Flair Michaels was the most emotional thing I've been a part of as a fan in the audience, for sure. That was just ungodly how emotional that was. Now, I will say, Hell in a Cell between Taker and Triple H with Michaels as the referee, that one messed with my head for a couple weeks. Like, I was up in that match. As much as Shawn Michaels was bopping around crying like a baby, so was I in the apartment. I was a complete idiot.
Yeah.
It was so bad. And the only match I've been emotional, like, on a personal level, like that, was the SummerSlam 14 main event. That was probably the worst night of my life as a fan. I honestly, it was terrible. It was. I don't even shy away from that. That was just fucking awful. And I wish I had found a way to not be there.
Yeah.
But it was what it was. So what's interesting is they had this open the show. Like, it's interesting because there's a lot of emotion to follow now. Because this was intense. Like, you had two referees get bumped. You had the Usos have to basically quit to stop the bludgeoning. You have Roman walking out successful. Even Heyman's looking at Roman like, what the hell did you just do? That thing I love. Paul is even going like Paul's even hesitant to have it go this far.
Yeah.
Which, if Heyman's hesitant to, pull that trigger, it's barbaric. Okay, now we go. Oh, off the secret at the top of the ramp. Holy crap.
What's off the top of the ramp?
Afa and Sika.
Oh.
Embracing Roman. Holy cow. That's intense. And Sika is putting the lei over his son's head. Whoa. I'm getting chills. Jesus. That's crazy.
Bring the whole family into it.
Dude, Afa and Sika, who are basically the head of the family now, if you think about it, just acknowledge Roman as don't forget the belt, Paul. There you go. Attaboy. That's shit. That's crazy.
He's the one that found
And Afa's lost weight since I last saw him on TV. Wow. That is intense. For sure. Wowzers. And we're back on the air live. Hello, everybody. I've been on the whole time, but now you can see my face again. Hi. Yeah, I changed hats. I have my Cowboy football beanie on, but it's too damn hot and it kept slipping. So, besides, it's my anniversary with No DQ, so wear the No DQ hat. Hell with it. So I will ask you, like I ask everybody when they come on for a milestone show, if you will, where were you in October 2002 as far as your fandom, as far as wrestling in general? What was your status back then?
In 2002,
October 2002. Yes, ma'am. Just after Unforgiven, going into No Mercy. Oh wait, October 25th.
Oh, I was a fan back then. Like I watched it a lot more than I am able to do now. But
Right.
yeah, I was right into it then.
Yeah, our first major story we covered was No Mercy and the whole Katie Vick nonsense.
Right.
Oh God, what a horrible thing that was. Okay, we need to delete that because that match is over, and delete that because that match is over, and there we go here. Mike says this is definitely setting up Rock versus Roman down the road. Sam says what The Rock will say about this match. That's the idea, guys. You're now interested. You want to see what Dwayne's gonna say. Because Uncle Afa and Uncle Sika or Daddy Sika just showed that their allegiances to Roman.
And
Hello,
that's the
Facebook
thing
user.
Everybody wants to know The Rock with Roman, which would no doubt be a great story.
Yes.
But that would depend on Dwayne because all of his movies and other things he's got going on, like there's insurance against him, like he can't get hurt, he can't take bumps, blah 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 blah.
Right.
So I mean, if timing is right.
Yeah. Well, see, and with the COVID thing, we don't know how often he's going to work. We don't know how tight the schedules are now because of all the
that's something. If you're going to bring him back, you need fans.
Yeah. Well, it's like we said for months now. I think you guys talked about this last time you were on the show with me. It's like, a CM Punk return needs fans. Dwayne being in the ring, whether it's a main event or a featured match, you need the people.
Fans.
The Rock needs his people. So
John, if he was going to come back, you need fans. Taker makes another appearance. You need fans.
Right.
Like there's certain superstars where you just need them.
Yeah, it was one thing to have John be part of the Firefly Funhouse because there was no fans anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
So, but if you're going to bring him into a regular quote unquote setting, or Rock or Punk or whoever, or even Brock to come back, you need that crowd energy with those guys. Yeah, Colin, I wasn't expecting the ending of it. The ending definitely surprised me, but you know what? They had to find a way to keep the family dynamic strong and still keep Roman the guy. And if Jay flat out quits just to quit, it looks bad. But if he quits to save his brother from the attack, then there's face being saved. So, that's the difference there, which is probably why they did that. All right, we have a lull in the... I can't really hear what's going on. Oh, it's Elias. Oh, okay. There you go.
What, Elias and Hardy now?
Yeah, Elias and Jeff Hardy is coming up next, so I'll go ahead and get that graphic ready. But, yeah, this is the one match this show where it's like, okay, and...
Jeff Hardy needs the win.
I think he does too, but you know what, Lisa? I talked about this on Aaron's show Thursday. I think Elias needs it more.
I don't see. That's where I kind of disagree because whether he wins or loses, he's in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense, he doesn't need it. He's not going to be a world champion. He's not going to be. He's just there.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if they wanted, do the whole Hardy redemption angle, blah 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 blah, he needs it, and which could possibly be his last run with the company, right?
Well, I mean, but they've done the Hardy thing. They've redeemed him so many times, and it's I think Elias suffers more from a loss here than Jeff does. Jeff can lose and still, because the thing is, Elias is motivated because he believes Jeff Hardy was responsible for the accident that took him out for a few months. Now, Jeff believes he's not, and Jeff feels guilty. That guilt may weigh on him going, balls out. Yeah, he attacked during the concert, and that's fine. But I think that there's more motivation with Elias's end than there is with Jeff Hardy's. Just from my point of view that I've seen the last 7 days or so. So,
We'll see.
We'll have to see. So Colin says, remember Stone Cold Appreciation Night and how lame it was with no fans for a star of Stone Cold Steve Austin status. Dwayne needs the fans. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And Colin also says Elias will take the win here, so we'll see. Oh, and also with fans coming back, Jeff Hardy says when the fans come back, we'll get his old theme music back, his own song. No More Words, whatever the hell what it's called.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking forward to that.
I've always been a Hardy girl, so.
Well, yeah, we were a Hardy bunch in the apartment until Jeff had his complete breakdown at Victory Road.
Yeah.
JJ actually tore a picture of Jeff in half on our show. Like, that's how much he was like,
when
damn.
he was in, I'm not good with dates. I remember matches, but I don't. But it was WC. No, it was Impact. But he was with Matt Morgan.
Okay.
And he was just like, he was out of his mind. Like, he was just stone beyond belief, right?
Right.
It was like, nah, like, you need to go get some help. And
Yeah, for real. Yeah, I like I said, the whole thing with come on. Why is it not loading? There it goes. I am of the belief that, you know, people make mistakes and people, you know, have their down. Lord knows I've had mine this year, right? But, you know, with Jeff, it was like it kept happening. And it kept happening. And I was like, you know what? I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm beyond good. And, you know, he was handed the brass ring with that whole Bound for Glory Immortal reveal. I mean, that was designed to get him into the spot.
Yeah.
And he was already screwed up then, and he just kept getting worse and worse. And, you know, and having met Sting and having a chance to talk to Sting over the course of time, it's like there's very few things that'll fluster him at this point, at that point in his career. But Sting was legitimately upset. Like, he was.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was Sting.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
it
was
was Sting.
thinking
It was,
about
no,
it.
Sting. Yeah, Sting. You know, it's, you know, Sting's pretty easygoing. He understands the whole addiction thing, because he had the alcohol problem in the '90s, so he gets it. But yeah, Jeff just went too far, and he needed to get better. And what irritates me, and I've said this before, even though he's been really good since he's been back recently, every time he comes back, he's great for a little while, and then he slips. And it's like, you know, as a fan, it's frustrating because I know there's so much more he's capable of than what he's doing, and or what he's not trying to do, or what he's trying to do, and it's just damn frustrating to watch him slip back into the darkness. So.
I'm still gonna stick with him for this one.
Okay.
It's a feeling.
Oh, there you go. I mean, you probably know better than me, so.
But like I said, like with Elias, he's just, to me, he just seems like one of those. He's not going to be up there.
Yeah, he's a utility player.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Again, if you're just joining us here on the watch along, it's 8:00 East Coast time, and we're in the midst of Elias versus Jeff Hardy. You see it on your screen there on the Jeff Meacham Network. You're watching along with us. Thank you. On the phone, as you see, is Lisa from Toronto. She's stepped away for a second. She'll be back momentarily. But if anybody else wants to join in, by all means, come on in. You guys are more than welcome. If you want to be on the show, just let me know, and if I am a trusted enough fellow, I will bring you on. Chris says, why do I have the feeling Sheamus is going to be the one that hit Elias with the car, since now he is on Raw, and Elias said that person hit him with had orange hair? It very well could be, Chris. It very well could be that we end up having Sheamus. I said that from the beginning, because Sheamus and Jeff are feuding. So, wouldn't surprise me one bit. We shall have to wait and see. But, you know, again, it really depends how they want it to play out. If I'm WWE, I want them to, get the most out of the assets they have, and the assets they have are the talents. And there's a lot of stuff to be worked with there with Elias and Jeff Hardy and Sheamus. There's a great little dynamic between those three characters, and I fully support anytime you can get a guy like Sheamus, who people go back and forth with. I like him right now. I've liked him. He's a nice guy. I met him in person, right? And he's a great talent. People ragged on him for being quote unquote Triple H's workout buddy, including me. I admit that. I did do that. But he's still a great talent. And then you've got Jeff Hardy, who we've talked about here for the last few minutes. His redemption is ongoing, and Elias, who is still, I feel, an untapped talent. He's very much over. The fans love him. The fans dig what he has to say, and they love his shtick. They love his musical performances. They love his whole presentation. So I don't see a problem with any of these three guys being in the mix on a regular basis. Like I said, the main event, it's pushing it. Main event's kind of crowded right now, but there's always the room for growth. There's always the possibility of development of more storyline, more intricate stories and better stories. So that's a whole wait and see process. But I do like if they've got these guys paired back together. I like keeping the continuity of the fact that it was Elias feeling that Jeff took him out, and he came back specifically to target Jeff Hardy, and Jeff got him back Monday night, ruining the concert. It's been a great. I do enjoy the continuity remaining in place. I thank God for that happening, because a lot of times they kind of just whatever with the storyline continuity, and they kind of just let it happen and fall by the wayside, and it's a pain in my ass. It really sticks in my craw. They do that on a consistent basis. It's very obnoxious, but I do enjoy the fact that we've had this maintained momentum. It's been very, very reassuring. So very, very cool. Let's see what we got here. I'm in the middle of a text, so bear with me, folks. Let's go ahead and put this up here. Interesting. I mean, it keeps them both safe, right? Jeff doesn't lose outright, but he doesn't win the match either. So there you go. Very interesting. So Elias wins by DQ. There you go. Good shit, pal. Good shit. Exactly, Colin. The point's a point, brother. You got that right. So, Michael says, does Elias have world champion potential? I don't know. Like, I like Elias, the character. I didn't, but I do now. I don't know if I see him as a world champion, though. Don't know if I dig it. And then a US title run, possibly Brandon, but not the world title, I don't feel. Michael says, I love how Jeff still does the face paint. Yeah, it's cool. It's a great presentation. Very, very cool. I believe now they're going to the Otis versus Miz thing. So, again, you know. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Kind of went off there for a minute. Yeah, it's very cool moment there. Let's get rid of that. Chris says if Bailey wins tonight, let her continue go through everyone leading up to Mania. Then at Mania, Bailey has an open challenge. Who comes out other than Becky Lynch? I don't know. I like Becky coming back. Don't get me wrong, but the money's with Bailey and Sasha, so. All right. Right, assuming Becky's going to be on SmackDown, which you never know. We'll see what happens, right?
Fuck is he doing in the lineup?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Michael. Looks like Tucker's going to cost him, so we'll see what happens. But here we go. Miz and Otis. The winner leaves with the Money in the Bank briefcase, the contracts, and the chance to fight for the World Championship for any time up until a year. So I think a year from Money in the Bank pay-per-view is a year from now. Wait and see, right? Here we go. Called it, Michael. Yeah, love it. Who gives a shit why he did it, Cole? He did it. Woohoo! All right. Mr. Money in the Bank. I love it. All right. Phase 1 complete. Me too, Michael. Hopefully this gets some serious traction now. Oh, is there a bad lag on my end? Really? How bad's the lag, Colin? Yeah, I agree, Brendan. It is what it is, brother. I love it. I'm so happy for Miz, man. Okay, well, okay, well, good. I'm glad it's fixed. I think when I come back from the overlay, it kind of lags for a few seconds there. Hopefully, it'll stop doing that today. Very, very happy. The Miz. Exactly, Roy. Exactly. Miz Commission. You know what? If they do, they probably do the Retribution match next, which would be my guess. Retribution versus the Hurt Business. And then have the championship match after that and go to work. Awesome. What is this? Oh, it's an Axe commercial. Got it. Okay. Telling you, Colin. Very, very likely. Very, very likely. Wah. Now I wanted to do this. I don't think he's going to cash in and lose now. Miz has indeed joined Punk and Edge, the only guys to be 2-time. Mr. Money in the Bank. There you go. And yeah, Joe, based on this promo right here, I'm tending to agree with you, which worries me, which sucks. Me too. Shot Morrison.
Make the dinner ready.
Yep, he did. I think he does, Mike. We'll see. Oh shit! Look out. I'm excited for the rest of the show. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Oh, here we go. Come on, Sasha. Me too, Brendan. Me too. There's apparently going to be a match between a member of Retribution and a member of the Hurt Business. That was touched on earlier in the show, so probably going to see that happening between this one and the main event championship match with Drew and Randy. Well, hell, the gang's all here. Hang on a second. Let me get everybody off on screen here. Shit, everybody's going to be joining the party. Get rid of these banners and shit here. Renegade, what's up, brother? Are you watching the show right now? Or are you,
No.
Okay, well, hell. Because Sasha and Bailey are inside the cell right now, just for reference. So I'm going to be a little distracted. But Lisa's here, too. Hello, Lisa. Welcome back.
Hello.
Okay, I can't hear everything, so let me see. No, that's done. It's done. No volume there. Let's do that. There we go. Okay. So, so much for the girls' main event, at least.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, well. You know what? Honestly, with Miz winning Money in the Bank from Otis, maybe this will mean we get a cash in the end of the night, like we talked about.
Yeah, that makes more sense now.
Which is fine by me. So, I'm guessing Renegade's here just to celebrate the anniversary of Meacham, which I don't mind whatsoever, by the way. I love you for that, brother. But,
Much, you know.
Yeah. Appreciate that. And I said it when Mikey wished me well earlier. You two are the reason I stuck around as long as I have, because 2011, man, I was done. I was like, whatever. Yeah, I was over it. And, you know, the whole falling out with Aaron, I was kind of like, whatever. So,
I remember filming your resignation that day.
Oh yeah. It was ugly. But, you know, luckily everything is okie day, and I'm on. I feel like I'm on every channel. Like there's not one channel that I follow that doesn't involve me one way or the other, and I'm both grateful and overextended as a result of that, and that's okay.
Definitely a frightening thing to think about.
Yeah, but it's so weird because I know in 2002 you were not like infancy of your fandom, but definitely toddler stage as far as your fandom. I mean, you were 4 years in. Yeah, I mean, 4 years in. It's crazy that was that long ago. And I was telling Lisa earlier, the first thing I ever covered was that god awful Katie Vick angle, and going in and right after No Mercy and everything. It was so. Like, even back then, the product was, like, so hokey, but here we are, 18 years later, we're still talking about it. So, there you go. That shit is bananas, as Gwen would say.
Yeah, it took about 15 years before I was like, I'm over this.
Yeah, I feel you. And, like I said, I wasn't over the business so much when I fell out with Aaron. It was just over the work. Like, whatever, I'm done with it. But, yeah, it took me a long time to be okay with not seeing every show.
Yeah.
Like I miss SmackDown. I guess I missed the whole thing about the tribal chief thing, being like amplified at the end with Roman and Jay. But hell, what I saw tonight, and you weren't home and you didn't watch it. Roman trapped Jimmy in a submission move and made Jay say I quit to release Jimmy from the move. That was step one. Step two, Roman walks up the ramp. Alpha and Sika are there to present him the lay. Like, that's some deep shit when you think about the history of the dynasty. It's like, whoa. The heads of the family are like, okay, you the man, brother. So it's intense. And like I said, Miz won Money in the Bank, so I'm just counting the minutes of Drew McIntyre's championship reign at this point. I'm just waiting for it.
Which is sad to say because, we've wanted Drew to be champion for so long.
I know.
In anticipation of the 10-year of Dad's coming up next year,
right.
I went back and I rewatched those first couple episodes.
Yeah.
Which were, the first episode was like a State of TNA address. Second was a State of WWE address.
Yes, sir.
And in that episode, I said, Drew McIntyre, future world champion. You heard it here first.
And ironically,
10 years ago.
Ironically, it was TNA first before it was WWE. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, because TNA had just come off like a pay-per-view or something, so we figured we'd cover that first.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, it was he won the TNA championship before he won the WWE, and he world championship WWE.
Yeah.
Like in 2011, we don't see Drew McIntyre leaving WWE and going to Impact. Like that doesn't happen.
He's the chosen one.
Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy.
It was just weird to go back and watch those couple episodes a week or two ago.
Yeah.
Hear those words come out of my mouth, and then here it is, 10 years ago, or 10 years later, He
Yeah.
is the champ. And now it's like, can we get the strap off him? You know, because now Miz has the briefcase.
Right.
You know he's going to cash in. You know he's going to get his second reign with the belt, which again is almost 10 years later.
Right.
Long overdue for him to have another run with the belt.
Yeah, Lisa made a good point earlier when she was on during the other cell match. Miz cashing in.
By the way, hi Lisa.
Hi Jay.
Yeah. Yes, they know each other too. Don't mind me. I'm just being the focal point as usual. Lisa pointed out that
show your stream.
Exactly. That's it. I don't have Aaron governing me anymore. Miz cashing in on Randy would actually make the most sense because that way we get Randy number 14, but we don't have to deal with it very long.
But do you want Randy to get number 14 just to be another number?
No.
Honestly,
or
no,
do you
I
want
don't.
Randy to get number 14 and have it mean something.
Me personally, yes. But honestly, I think there's more. I think honestly, either way, Miz cashes in. I still think there's more meat on the bone of Miz versus Drew than there is Miz versus Randy. We've done Miz and Randy over and over again. So I think that, whether or not Drew is the one that Miz actually pins, he's the money match with Miz as champion. Going into, not Survivor Series, because Survivor Series is supposed to be champion versus champion, which means Miz versus Roman, which means the death of Miz. But
yeah.
But
so
I
have Drew retain, have Drew go into the match against Roman, and then have Miz cash in.
Yeah.
I like that. Roman just beats Drew into a blitzkrieg pretty much, and then Miz picks up the scraps. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good shit, pal.
That's what he does best, right? He kind of sneaks his way in there, right?
Always. Well, it's we were among the few, and I think you were even part of that group, Lisa, where when he cashed in on Randy, it was like, oh wait a minute, oh yay, because like we didn't expect it because we were so focused on the Orton Barrett Cena saga. It was like, what the hell did Mike come from? But I'll take it.
Yeah, but that's where he shines, right? Like he just comes out of nowhere.
Exactly.
Once upon a time, there was a Money in the Bank holder who called himself the ultimate opportunist.
Yes.
And that's the name of the game when it comes to the briefcase.
Yes, and now Miz is in that same tall cotton as Mr. Copeland and Punk as the only two timers. So, and they've all been successful. So if Miz doesn't succeed, then it looks really bad. So, it's almost like he has to. But I do agree with him not winning tonight because I think winning tonight is. Number one, it's almost obvious because we've had so many crappy finishes of the last match of Hell in a Cell the last 2 years. It's been just awful show endings that if Miz were to end it, yes, us three would be happy for Mike. But the overall fan would be like, oh, another shitty finish. Nah. So,
No, if anything, you have him like tease it.
Right.
No, like, haha, look, I have it type thing. But you let him play with it, like dangle them along. You don't know when, you don't know where.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what Mike does best, right? So
I do too.
Have Miz's music hit, have him come out, have it look like he's going to cash him, but have him be like,
nah.
Not right now.
Yeah. The best tease to this day was Randy when he actually did pull the trigger thanks to Hunter at SummerSlam. That was still because, like, us watching at Hooters or wherever we were, you guys in the audience, like, you could hear the audience go, okay, he's leaving, fine, that's good, we're going to get Brian, and then Hunter just freaking stabbed the dagger in all our hearts, man, just right through, like, no, because we knew that was it, it's over, and we had to wait another freaking 9 months for Brian to actually get on top of the mountain and stay there, and then he gets hurt, the poor bastard, so it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Michael says it would be a few weeks off the 10-year anniversary of Miz cashing in the first time. Yeah, exactly. We're not, because it was after Survivor Series that year, so we're not too far off.
I want to say it was the Raw immediately following Survivor Series.
It was that, yeah, because Orton retained against Barrett. Cena cost himself his job, wink wink, and then the next day he was out to make Nexus Life hell, so he helped Orton along in beating Barrett, but Orton took such a beating that when Miz cashed in, Orton was fresh meat. So it was awesome, as Miz would say.
Yeah, no pun intended.
They just did not mean that at all. But by the way, we're totally talking over a hell of a match. I mean, Bayley and Sasha are, giving each other the business, and I again, you haven't been on as much as Lisa and I have with talking the wrestling stuff, Jay, because you're not watching the current product, but I was very hesitant about this match happening now because I feel they could have built it toward Mania, but the story's been told very well. They've done a great job with it. I am fully in support of it being contested here inside the cell where this feud belongs. It belongs in a huge blow-off type match. So, But yeah, somebody pointed out in the chat room, where was it? Let me see here. Oh, here we go. Roy said this will be an old school type match. Sasha wearing white as the babyface, Bayley wearing black as the heel. Nice touch. Very nice. Very subtle. Like, you don't really think about that in today's wrestling, but, kind of hard to look past that stupid ass red cell.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Somebody posted the greatest meme. I'm sure it was posted last year, the year before too, but somebody approaching the cell, and underneath was a picture of the McDonald's play place with the exact same color scheme. It's like, oh God. It's so true though. Oh! Sasha just powerbomb Bayley into the cell. Nice. Almost a Tim White bump. God bless Tim White.
Tim White.
Yeah, it's scary.
Suicide every week on Raw.
Right. It's not even on Raw.com. Like, they didn't even put it on Raw. It was that crazy. They just put it on .com and hope everybody will watch.
I could have swore they put at least one of them on Raw.
They may put at least one of them, but yeah, I'll never forget because they had that douchebag Josh Matthews going along for the ride. Joe Hill says, what do you think of Undertaker being at Survivor Series? Do you think he'll have a match? Oh, you do? Okay, well, there you go. It is his 30th anniversary, so it's almost like he should. It's 30 years to the day.
Yeah.
So, why not?
I completely understand him wanting the Mania match to be his go-home, if you will.
Right.
I watched the thing on the network, the documentary that they had on him.
Cool.
Beautifully done.
Yes.
But if he's going to have his last ride, so to speak, it should be at the 30th anniversary of the Survivor Series.
Right.
He walked in to the company at the show. Mm-hmm. He walks out at that show.
It's funny. Like, I didn't realize this until yesterday. I was looking through some old tweets, not old tweets, but recent tweets, I should say, promotional tweets by a certain somebody. Not only is the Undertaker 30th anniversary as The Undertaker, not only is it Jericho's 30th anniversary being in the business, or my 30th as a fan, guess who else is 30 years into the business this year? Rob Van Dam.
Interesting.
I didn't know that until yesterday. It's funny. Rob, if you're listening, or if you're not, somebody tell Rob to listen, please. He's got a promotion for a shirt, 30 years of RVD, but every time you click it, goes to some crazy, gambling site. It's like, Rob, I want this shirt. I don't want to be putting chips. I just wanted the shirt. So, because, if anybody should wear a 30 years of RVD shirt, it's Meacham. So, just saying.
True.
So, yeah, just throwing it out there. But, it's 1990 was a very interesting year.
And as corny as it sounds, I still would like to see The Undertaker send off as I had scripted it, written it for so many years. The whole revelation, behold the pale horse, it can be his Harley.
Hell yeah.
The man who sat upon it was death.
Whoop. Jay, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Man.
Oh, okay, JJ, you cut out mid promo there. Start over, brother. I'm sorry.
I was saying, the whole behold the pale horse, which could be his Harley, his motorcycle.
Right.
The man who sat upon him was death, the dead man, and hell follows with him. Could be King going behind him, or the ropes being set on fire, a la Inferno match style. Just an amazing send off to the dead man.
Well, if you watched Mania, they kind of did that.
Kinda. I did see some of the match that they showed in the
Boneyard.
Take or whatever, yeah.
Boneyard, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he comes back for one more match, who?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who?
That's the thing.
Like, the AJ thing was perfect.
Yeah, and it's her and I talk about it a lot. It's like who deserves that spot?
Honestly, I would almost do it the same way he debuted. I would put him as a mystery partner on a traditional Survivor Series match.
Yeah, there you go.
That way, he doesn't have to worry about carrying the match on his own.
Right.
He doesn't have to worry about if he's in the best shape or not. Goes in there, gets a few of his moves in, his traditional stuff. He can hit old school. He can do a tombstone, a choke slam, a last ride. Whether he gets pinned or counted out, he's done. He goes out the same way he came in, traditional Survivor Series match.
That could work.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he can actually give a few different people the rub because it's a 5-man elimination.
Right. You might got something there.
For
Well,
a man
this is
that's
asking
been
Vince to,
watching all the time, I'm just saying,
Right, yeah. Well, this is also asking Vince to impart somewhat logical storyline purposes. So, it's always a crapshoot with the Vin man. But okay, I wish I knew what Sasha was doing. She's got a kendo stick, and she's taping it up. Oh, she's trying to put it back together. Okay, that's what she's doing. Okay. I watched it. I'm so sorry for you guys trying to watch this match, listen to the meet, and I feel terrible because it's actually been a good match. But, yeah, I'm very curious because we have a month now. We have exactly, let's see,
if we
have exactly
really
4 weeks. So
if we want to really go for that memory lane value.
Mm-hmm.
Have a team of legends on one end.
Right.
You can even have it be led by or managed by DiBiase.
Ooh, there you go.
Against a team of upstarts.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate both the Rhodeses are with AEW.
Business, whether it's something like the Hurt Business, or, I don't really watch, but if there's some other kind of faction type of young group.
Right. Well, if the Hurt Business wasn't so tied up with Retribution, I would say that'd be the way to go. But you almost can expect those two factions to to go. The other possibility is if they want to do a singles match, it doesn't have to be in the ring, because we're still in the COVID era, we're still in cinematic era. Why not pull the trigger?
Sting.
Somehow get Sting to come back. I'm not saying he should because I don't know how he is physically, so I'm saying that with a...
On that one.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to agree only because, like you said, we've wanted that for so long.
Yeah,
and
that
there's
ship
no
has
way
kinda
we're gonna
sailed.
there's no way we're gonna get it like we wanted it.
Yeah.
Right? There's no way. Both those guys are beat up. Sting's especially beat to shit. He's really far off. Taker, you get a quickie fix surgery and a couple of the whatever, he's good to go. Sting is way far gone than that, so I don't know if that's a viable idea. Unfortunately, trust me, if the Sting I talked to in 2001 in May was already not keen on joining up with Vince, he was like, I don't know what Vince will do with Sting. If that Steve Borden had been open to working with the WWF, then yeah, definitely pull that trigger. WrestleMania.
Oh yeah, because then we would have had the Crow era Sting versus the American Badass.
which would have been different than what we want, which is, of course, the dead versus the dead, if you will. But, it still would be an awesome match.
It could have been Sting that brought the dead back.
Exactly. Although
it could have been Sting that was the stalker instead of DDP.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in a perfect world, Dallas isn't the stalker because it's just a horrible idea. But if Sting is under contract during the invasion or shortly thereafter, like Flair was, like all those other guys were, honestly, I thought about this when it happened. Taker being the conscience for so long and then turning on Jim Ross and doing what he did to become Big Evil, why can't the conscience of WCW come and say, hey, wait a minute, I don't like this, at WrestleMania 2002, instead of Nate? Not saying the match with Flair was bad, because Undertaker pulled that match out of Flair, let's be real, but it was still good. But Undertaker, the Big Evil biker versus the conscience Sting, that's money, man. So, and that's honestly the only match in this streak that maybe the Big Show Albert match, which was just stupid. But as far as the money streak matches, that's the match that you go, Sting would have fit there. Because, and like Michael says, we should have had Sting versus Flair at 27. Yeah, exactly. We didn't, and we ended up getting a continuation of the Taker versus the Click storyline, which worked out great. Those 4 matches were awesome. Also, instead of Taker Wyatt, I actually would have preferred Bray Wyatt to not be in that mix and have Sting face Undertaker. That would have made more sense to me than not only Sting facing Hunter, but Sting losing to Hunter.
Yeah.
That was bad. I think even Hunter looks back and goes, yeah, my bad on that one, because dumb.
Well, it seems like the only reason they even went that way is so that they could have the whole NWO and DX thing.
Right, yeah, because, how do you bring out those 6-7 guys if it's Undertaker and Sting and not Hunter? So, I get that, but, nothing came of it.
Yeah.
Like, nothing happened. Sting went off and, was gone until he came to face Seth months later. And then Taker had the match against Bray Wyatt and then disappeared for another year. So there was, again, hindsight booking, 2020 armchair quarterback booking, you have a whole different scenario, even as recently as 5 years ago. Because Sting was still in game shape. Undertaker was no longer concussed like he was in New Orleans. He's good to go. So, but, again, that's us sitting here at the end of 2020 going, we could have. Yeah, we could have. Well, we didn't. By the way, Jay, I appreciate you tweeting the plug for dads. We're getting good feedback. I don't know if you've seen, I don't know if anybody's contacted you directly. If people contacted me directly, they loved every part of it. There's been much discussion about why wasn't this on. But, somebody in the chat room today said, why wasn't Alien on there? I'm like, because I've never seen Alien. Purpose. It's scary. They love the cameo that you provided, so thank you again for that. That was pretty slick to get Alex and Chucky on it. That was pretty neat. And they look forward to the next one, which is going to be Survivor Series heavy. So I'm looking forward to that one as well. We definitely need to get that one canned pretty soon, though.
I'm on 2013, so I'm getting close to the end there.
Very good. Yeah. Luckily for me, it's so here that I can just look at the card and go, okay, I remember this, and I can remember what I liked, what I didn't like. So it's not like I have to watch all 33 years, thank God, because I'd be here forever.
Well, you've got to figure from, I want to say 2013 to 2019, I haven't seen it.
Right, exactly.
And then from 95 to 88?
87. Right.
I've only seen a couple of times each.
Okay. Right.
From 96 in The Rock's debut up through when I stopped watching, I was pretty good on those.
Right.
But the other stuff, not so much.
Right, exactly.
So you kind of got to just go through them all to...
Yeah. It's so funny, like, I I have very few memories of the old days when I first started watching, and the big clamshell Coliseum videos being down at the local. Literally, the place was called Video Depot. Like, it was literally called Video Depot. I remember the first Survivor Series, that ugly yellow cover with the two big pictures of Hogan's team, Andre's team. I mean, just this like not even mustard. It was just that bad a yellow. It was just awful. But
I remember because I think I found a copy of that at a swap meet one time for like a couple of bucks and added it to my library.
That's awesome. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy going back and watching those old pay-per-views. You know, especially on the network now. So I don't have to worry about trying to find a freaking dinner served. Thank you, Mom.
Dinner time.
Chow time. Like it's Easter. But I remember when I put them on the network, I remember putting the tapes in and going, God, this was crazy how old this stuff is. I remember the cover of the 1990 Survivor Series, the back cover with the freaking the who we now call vacants, the vacant slot for where Undertaker was going to be. Just so funny. And I mentioned a couple shows ago, whatever it was, about the magazine that I had bought in 1990 that my brother ended up shredding in one of his rages. On the original one I drew a cartoon picture of the Undertaker and taped it onto that magazine where he was on the Survivor Series run sheet. So it's like that's how, because that was my first show. That was the first thing I remember reading about or watching was the Survivor Series 1990. So it was really cool. So okay, let me get to the questions here. Then I'm gonna bow out and start eating here. Mike says, if you guys could choose one dream match, if it was possible, what would you choose? Taker versus Sting, Austin versus Punk, Cena versus Hogan, or Rock versus Shawn Michaels? Jesus. You guys go first.
Out of those, I'd probably go to Cena Hogan.
That was my pick too, yeah.
I was thinking the same thing just because I love both those guys so much.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, I've never been a Hulkamaniac.
Right.
And we all know that my like for Cena on a wrestling level is not really up there, but you cannot argue that that's not the face of the 80s, early 90s.
Yep.
And the face of the 2000s.
Yep. Sasha just won. Sorry. She just won. She put Bailey through a chair and then put the bank statement on.
I told you she'd win.
Atta girl, Sasha, right on. And to answer this final question before we go to the next match, Brendan, dinner. See if I can. Let's see if I can do this here without making a ruckus here. There we go.
The ham steak.
Ah, shit! I got a falling knife, which is dangerous. And I got a ham steak. We got cheesy taters, actually, cheesy potatoes and corn.
There you go.
So, very, very un-DDP healthy for me, but that's okay. Get over it, Dallas. So yeah, Sasha is the SmackDown Women's Champion. Bayley is damn near unconscious inside the chair, but Sasha is visibly upset that she had to go to this length with her former best friend. That's been the story of the night with these cell matches, man. They've had to go to the depths of their own personalities to make it happen. Good storytelling here.
Go through till Mania for the rematch.
You know, I don't know. I mean, Bayley. Bayley.
Is there enough meat left on the bone?
I think there is. I thought there was before. So, Lisa's saying no. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't. I'm not a Bailey. I don't like it. It's stale now. They need to move on. Like Sasha and whoever else comes. Just all right, Bailey is done now. Nope.
There you go.
That's just me.
Hey, that's whoever works for you.
The Women's Rumble challenge Sasha at Mania.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and if you guys want to, go for it. But I am going.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna do bedtime here, and I will cut back in later.
Sounds good, Lisa. I'll see you during the main event.
I'm also gonna bow out for the evening, sir. I've got stuff that still needs to be done around here.
Sounds good, brother.
check in on your anniversary here.
Well,
and
thank
say
you. I appreciate that very
congrats.
much. I appreciate you coming back, man. I appreciate you coming in. It's very, very, very much appreciated, and look forward to recording Dads this week and getting the final ones of the year back ready in order and ready to post.
Yep, definitely.
Talk to you soon, brother.
Yep.
Bye. All right, so I'm going to also bow out here. Before I do that, I will say, Brendan says, "Damn, that was easily the best Hell in a Cell match women's." Yes, it was. It was damn good. I agree. Sasha deserves a actual title reign. She does indeed, Mike. And one more comment I saw. Where did it go? There it is. When does Bayley turn face again? Probably not anytime soon. I mean, she's been a great heel, so probably hopefully not for a while. All right, so I'm going to put this up right now because I don't know which match is going to be. I know it's going to be the Retribution match, but I don't have a graphic for that because I wasn't prepared for that. So we'll be right back. Turn the mic on. Hi. Well, there you go. Another chapter in the Retribution versus Hurt Business story. Whatever. Kind of like I said, I was over Retribution after what happened on Monday, so we'll see how they do going forward. I hope they continue because I like those guys. I like the people in the group. The group is stupid. The storyline is stupid. So we shall see. Alright, so I think we're going to go into the main event, which would be right around the right time because we're into the third hour of the show. So, Undertaker promo. Oh, it's for the special tonight, which I already watched. Good stuff, him and Orton. Definitely gotta watch it, guys. I'm gonna run the commercial one more time for the rest of the week. There you go. The Hell in a Cell has descended. It's time for the WWE Championship match between Mr. Orton and Mr. McIntyre. It's going to be fun to watch. Still curious to see if we're going to see Miz cash in. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, next month is 30 years. The Undertaker. That's crazy to me. So now we're going to see Randy Orton against Drew McIntyre for the championship one more time. This time inside the cell. So the whole thing with this is Randy's saying that Drew had help, and they essentially he did. I mean, everybody that Randy had wronged and attacked, they got him, and good. They should have. It was a hell of a story. So, but now it's all about stepping into hell, and Orton's gonna make it a point to. It's gonna be ugly. I'm curious how this is going to go, because I still say Drew retains and leaves as champion. But Miz being there just gives him that little speck of doubt on my plate, man. Just a little bit, It's just silly to me that, it's going to have to be, not really silly. Silly is the wrong choice of words. Like, I am glad. I really am, that we have that little bit of doubt, that we really don't know what's going to happen. That's what I like about wrestling. That's what I like about the business, that the uncertainty of it all, the not knowing what's going to happen here in this next match. I greatly love that. I really do. I think it's awesome. So it's very, very cool that, Drew may win. Drew may not win. They may have a cash in. They may not. It's Money in the Bank is supposed to create that circle of doubt, that seed, plant that seed of doubt in one's brain, and that's exactly what's happened now with Miz being the briefcase holder. So I love it, love it, love it. Looking forward to it. Looking forward. You have to forgive me. I'm texting with the bestie. She got her gift in the mail today, so I'm just checking on how things are. Because she loves her gift, and I'm very happy she does. I have one coming up apparently on Monday, so I'm excited to get my gift. I'll have it on Talk Wrestling, so you guys get to see. You know what? I'll tell you what. I won't even open the thing, whatever she's got me, whatever it may be. I won't open it until I go on the air Monday afternoon. Excuse me, at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. I'm also taping trivia that day, so I gotta keep my shit straight here. It gets convoluted in the old noodle here, but yeah, we're taping trivia tomorrow. That'll be for the episode on Friday. And then should Greg retain, I have a surprise for Mr. Cherry in store for the second to last episode of the season. So you have to stay tuned for that on the post-game show on Friday. So we'll let you guys know what is up the old Meach's sleeve for the NoDQ.com Wrestling Trivia Challenge champion should he retain this week on Friday. Of course, it'll be October 30th. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do my Disney stream or not this week because of the Dylan drop. If it is going to be late, let me just say that now. If you guys are a fan of the Disney streams, I don't know if you're on my personal Facebook. If you are, I love you. Appreciate you guys being there. But I'm going to try to do it as soon as I get back. I'll have to let the group know tonight as far as my the questionability of my timely start for that show. Here we go. Here comes the WWE Champion for the main event of Hell in a Cell. We'll be right back after the WWE Championship match. Okay, keep your eyes on the entryway here. That's crazy that he actually beat him. I can't believe it. That's bananas, man. Good for Randy. Too cool. She called it, man. She did. Good for her. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Up goes the cell. That's what I'm saying, Mike. It's happened before with these two, so you never know. Very cool, though. Well, yeah, I'm not surprised it happened. I'm not mad at all. I'm glad that Randy's the WWE champion. I like Randy, so that's fine. You guys saw the previews earlier for this coming week, so I encourage you all to please join me on the Jeff Meacham Network this coming week, starting tomorrow, of course, with Talk Wrestling, as I prepare to go into the Thunderdome once again for Monday Night Raw. I'll be along with probably a full recap of tonight if I don't do what I'm hoping to do here in a few minutes. We'll see how things play out. But don't forget, 4 weeks from tonight, November 22nd, the Survivor Series. Oh, yes, the Survivor Series. And I'll have a live watch-along. There you see it right there here on the Jeff Meacham Network. Let me get rid of the extra logo there. There we go. November 22nd, 5:45 Eastern, 2:45 Pacific, with the start of my watch-along. It's going to be awesome, awesome, awesome. Can't wait for that. It's an anniversary for me as well. We've talked about it all month, how this is my 30th year of being a fan, so I love it. And The Undertaker will be on as well. You see it, there's the advertising. The Undertaker's going to be there, so it's going to be good, as King Booker would say. So thank you guys for watching. Much appreciated. Don't forget, head over to Aaron Riff's No DQ channel over at Aaron Riff No DQ on YouTube and get a full recap and review of tonight's show. That's coming up next exclusively over at youtube.com/Aaron Riff No DQ. So check that out right now. And that's it for me. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific for Talk Wrestling. Again, I'm going into the Thunderdome. So be a full preview of Raw and things to come for the rest of the week here on the Jeff Meacham Network. Thank you guys for watching the last 4 hours plus. It is appreciated. Much, much, much appreciated. We'll see you next time.